Ladies and gentlemen, check one, two. Varda, is it okay? Varla, da magara. Varda. Ah, correct. Check. What? Is it okay? Yeah.
India leads the
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
chain and network operations practice.
Thanks to all of you
and related
for joining.
across.
Yeah. Check one, two. Right. So, good morning, gentlemen. All those ladies and gentlemen who joined us here, once again, a warm welcome to the second day of 42nd Joint Staff Development Program on the theme Leading Change in a Decade of Disruption, Strengthening Civil Society for India at 2047. Yesterday, we had a wonderful inaugural session, lot of perspectives there, and today we are going to start. As you know, we have two sessions prior to lunch, and the first session is going to be on a very, very interesting topic, civil society. Yeah, right. So, I also welcome all the viewers who have joined us online this morning again. We assure you that we have a treat of sessions and wonderful speeches today again. A lot of perspectives for all those who joined us online as well. Please be with us, travel with us throughout the day so that you also don't lose out on what's happening here. So the first session this morning is going to be on a very interesting topic, civil society in India 2047, the road ahead. And after the tea break, we are going to have the session on CSR, that is CSR funding, what the corporate look for and the way forward. Once again, a very interesting session and a lot of good speakers. And the third session is going to be future ready NGOs, governance, compliance, and the institutional sustainability. I think this is the talk of the town these days. You know how much people are working towards this, and there are organizations like Dhwani which are actually making a difference and trying to create awareness on governance, compliance, and things like that. And then we have the tea break, and the last session is on technology, AI, and digital ethics in the social sector. When every sector of the corporate world and education are taking benefit of the AI and technology disruption, the social sector should not be left behind. And that's the reason we have included a session on this topic as well. So I think we're all set for the first session of the day. May I now invite the dignitaries, the speakers for the first session to take their place on the dais, please. Let me begin with inviting Mr. P.S. Ishwaran, partner, Deloitte India. Please, may I request you to take your place, sir. And to join him is Mr. Matthew Cherian, Chair, Care India, Ambassador, Helpage International, and former CEO, Helpage. Sir, may I request you to take your place. And to moderate this session or the chair this session, we have Dr. L.S. Gandhidas, Director, Institute of Youth and Development. Right. So I think we had a good breakfast and a lovely tea and a coffee. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause with a lot of energy in the room. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You are going to start the first session of the day, and I'm sure all of us are going to be instructed throughout the day now. May I have the AV of the speakers, please?
Mr. P.S. Iswaran, partner, Deloitte India, leads the firm's supply chain and network operations practice in India and related offerings across the Asia-Pacific region. Mr. Iswaran specializes in transformation programs spanning supply chain strategy, digital supply networks, and smart manufacturing, with a focus on sustainable growth. Mr. Iswaran also works with leading industry chambers and national bodies on sector-specific growth strategies for India. Mr. Matthew Cherian, Chair, CARE India and Ambassador, HelpAge International, is a distinguished development professional with over 4 decades of experience in the social sector. Former CEO of HelpAge India, Mr. Matthew has played a significant role in aging, CSR, NGO governance and transparency initiatives in India. An author and advocate for elderly rights, Mr. Matthew has served on several national and international committees and was appointed amicus curiae to the Supreme Court in an elderly rights matter. Dr. L.S. Gandhi Dose, Director, Institute for Youth and Development, is a distinguished academic and development professional with extensive expertise in social work, youth development and disaster management. A former professor and head of social work at Bangalore University, Dr. Gandhi Dose also serves as president of INPSWA. Dr. Gandhi Dose's work focuses on empowering youth and communities through capacity building, psychosocial support and sustainable development initiatives.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the kind of profile that all these three speakers have this morning. Legend in their own right, all three of them done so much of work in the corporate and the social sector. May I now request Dr. Gandhi Das to make his opening statements and take this session forward. I'll give you a hand mic, sir. You want to read from there, sir?
Check. Dear friends, hello? Can you?
Check.
Yeah, audible. Okay, dear friends, we'll start this session quickly, and it's very easy because it's the way forward of civil society. And 47, the strengthening by 47, 2047. You know that JSDP 42, to reach 47, you require only 5 years. So very short way forward for us, because we are already 42nd JSDP. 47 is long term, so we'll reach in very short time this particular way forward. I speak little lighter vein, so please don't mistake me. The way forward has 2 roads now. One is Belt and Road Initiative, BIR, the Chinese government building everywhere. And another one is National Highway National Highway Road Development Department. These are the 2 roads that is going on around as a way forward or way backward. For any disruption, the way forward is go back to backward and then disruption comes. Because disruption has 2 things. It can bring change, it can halt change, it can jump or leap forward very quickly. So we have 2 different area speakers. Ishwaran, Delight Company, a accounting firm, a leading 4 out of 4 leading accounting firm. This is one. So there will be delightful speech from Ishwaran. And we have Cherian, with always cheerful. So instead of Matthew Cherian, it should be Matthew Cheerful. So this is another world, that is a old age. All of us have to reach that. So the word he has is care. Therefore, here is accountancy, therefore he will demand transformation and transparency in whatever we do. And if we don't like it, there will be caring, soothing from Cherian. So we can live with both. But one should be very strong, one should be supportive. That's how these 2 speakers are here for me. Thank you very much for the day. Over to Ishwaran. Thank you, sir.
chair of today's session, Mr. Gandhidas, Mr. Cherian, Mr. Makal, group captain, all the leaders who have assembled here between yesterday, today, and the next couple of days. I think yesterday was a very interesting session, which I thought had a lot of light into what the expectations are from the speakers. And I thought it was broadly done till I came across the last 10 minutes, where I think the expectations have been set much higher too. So thank you for setting the context, I think very relevant and significant. 2-3 things, and I'll also touch upon the 42 to 47 of JSDP. So I'll also do that for a short term, what we need to think about leading to 47 of JSDP as well as the 2047 of India. Now, we were reflecting upon, and in many ways, it's like what he said, a little bit of an antithesis that you have a professional services, commercially oriented organization part of this discussion, right? It's always a big difference. But incidentally, we are, as I think we were talking yesterday, we are one of the largest contributors in this part of the sector. And we have a footprint of about 50,000 people who engage for a day on what we call as an impact day. So we spend about 50,000 days a year as an organization. I wouldn't say 50,000 only in India, and we have another 100,000. So roughly about 150,000 days we spent on an impact in India. So it is equivalent to many of the organizations that do, and we plan it fairly meticulously. I think we take help from a number of you as we go forward. So that's sort of a context. And when we are talking about this topic per se, which is very relevant, in terms of what would be the road ahead for us for 2047, I was reflecting on what could be the right dimensions for us to start thinking about, because I think this forum is for us to start looking at what we may want to collectively do going forward, rather than, have a dig in the past. But when I looked at the past, I think it was interesting, right? The civil society has existed in its true avatar much before any republic was formed, right? Anybody who's sitting in the United Nations, I think the civil society's implications on those societies have been much higher and much more longer than any of the republics which have been around, including for us. For example, I was looking at when was the first civil society set up in Kodai, right? And obviously Claude helps me in 30 seconds. It was in the 1800s. So much before the civil society of India was born in the Republic, I think there was a civil society in Kodai as a town here. So it has a lineage which is much longer than what most republics are. So that's the first point. Second is we took India in context, and we were trying to look at what has been the implications of civil society for India. And it has not been transactional. I'll give you a few examples. Most important one, if you see, which has led to the sustenance of India in many ways for mortality, has been the Operations Flood. Operations Flood actually started as a dairy movement. So it was a civil society movement which later translated into a government program. And that is one of the world's best examples of how civil society actually made a big implication for government and influenced government for policies, actions, and then they replicated it across literally now all the 36 regions that we have between states and union territories. So that's one classic example. The second one, very recently, and he spoke about disruption. So I'm also talking about how civil society in India has actually led the change. Think of COVID, right? Wave 2. And if you look at Wave 2 COVID, the entire program management in many districts of the oxygen cylinders as well as the aggregation of plasma donors actually came through a significant civil society effort, which I think people recognized, and it's formally recognized by the governments of the multiple states as well as by people at large. And then most recently, I think if you look at Wayanad or the floods in Chennai, which happened the previous decade, in both cases, if you look at it, the entire distribution for food actually having about multiple lives being saved, the civil society had a very structural model to go and get this organized in a very short time. So we are all actually talking about where civil society has already done a lot of things to address disruption. But the only difference is that that is more like business as usual, because you guys are used to it in terms of these activities and initiatives, and you could get this done. He spoke about digital when he was making the introduction, saying that you have an session on AI. And that incidentally is one big disruption that you would encounter, which would change the business model, operating model, and the efficiency, effectiveness of the civil society. So therefore, what we had seen earlier and fantastic successes that we had, which will be the context for our 2047, one of the dimensions that you would see going forward is that there would be new areas of disruption, stroke, disturbances, whichever way you want to look at it. Like what he was saying, you can look at it in three ways. That will have a big implication on how we would go forward. So one of the themes that we would look at is more than looking at what have we done in the past, how do we need to really structure ourselves moving forward for the operating model of the collective group here to be as effective as what we have been in the past. So that would be our first big definition that I would think we may want to think about. And therefore I reflected on whether Viksit Bharat at 2047 has a direct implication on our discussion today. And if you look at it, the themes are more or less the same, right? What is Government of India aiming at? If you look at Viksit Bharat, they're looking for a developed nation which will have a per capita of $18,000 as against, let's say, close to about $2,000 odd now, maybe slightly lower in some states. So let's say you're having a 6x multiple there. Then you're having a GDP which is about 30 trillion as against, let's say, about 5 trillion, close to 5 trillion. So let's say 6x there. And what does all this mean? It obviously means that the government wants to look at inclusive growth and development. So they have come up with the 100 plus aspirational districts where we have growth which is significantly below median that we want to accelerate, per capita like what I said, and more important also employable population, right? So if you look at 2047, we're going to have about 900 million people who would be in the employable age out of a population of, or close to a billion, out of a population of about 1.6 billion at that point of time. So therefore, the government is actually looking at a lot of things which significantly aligns with our agenda here in terms of inclusive growth, in terms of development, having the unreachable reachable, and therefore the whole set of ambit around really having very equitable growth in the country. So to that extent, I think the aspirations of the government and what we have as aspirations are fundamentally in sync. And therefore, given that sync, this topic becomes very relevant for us to keep those in context and work with those in context so that, we are all in tandem with how we would want to work. So that's essentially the context with which we will do this entire thing. So I thought about what are the 3-4 big challenges that we may have, right, as a forum. Three things, in my opinion, came out top of the list. First one I thought was the entire digital disruption, right? What does it mean to us, right? That's more for corporates and not necessarily for us. So why is that we are looking at corporates being impacted but not us, right? So if you look at it, by 2047, the way things would be and the way miniaturization is happening, cost of technology is coming down, every guy would have a supercomputer in his hand, right? So it's very unlikely that he will not have I think the phones will convert themselves into supercomputers. So everybody will have something, and in a country with the highest digital connectivity that we are envisaging in 2047, I'm sure every Indian would have that. Cost of technology is anyway pretty cheap here from a data perspective. So with that in perspective, if you look at it, one of the biggest drivers that would happen pretty comfortably with all the digital payment infrastructure coming in, transparency in place, would be this entire aspect of crowdfunding. So therefore, the way in which the personalized one-to-one touch would be there would actually be replaced a fair bit with digital interventions. And you can obviously bring in impacts for digital with that in context, right? You can always bring in a metaverse in context so that you can have the individual as if the individual is speaking with you, etc. So still it can be in person, but it will be completely digital. And when it becomes digital, history actually goes away. So the big disruptions of digital has been what? The top 10 companies by valuation were not the top 10 in 1995 or not the top 10 in 2020. So therefore the big advantage that we have is that, or the disruption that we have is, we'll actually have someone who is completely not in context at all to come in and actually play into that system. So that's one, and it could be a corporate entity. It need not necessarily be the traditional model of civil society that we look for. So digital disruption is something that you may want to really think about, and my submission for that would be, how can actually you become, it's not about becoming digitally native now, but digitally aware and digitally relevant as we go by. And that, sir, can be your 2026 to 31 theme leading up to your 47. That's one that you may want to think about, right? So therefore, everything would become, so from your perspective as individuals, it'll actually be data-driven advocacy versus anecdotes. So, when you think about any advocacy, which includes, sort of offering a value proposition to people, would fundamentally be very data-driven. And that would be one dimension that you may want to really think about. And also, therefore, you have to counter misinformation. See, the advantage that you have today is misinformation is very less for you. Now, as you go forward, if you translate yourself into a digitally native organization, you have to also deal with misinformation. Forget cybersecurity. That's another big animal. I'm sure you're going to talk about it in the data part. So that would be, in my view, the biggest challenge that you might encounter going forward. The way, and I wouldn't call it a challenge, it's also an opportunity, right? So that's one. Now, linked to that would be the challenge of legitimacy and trust. So I'm not taking an accounting angle here, sir. So what we fundamentally have is that as you become, or as the market translates itself, the civil society marketplace translates itself into a digitally native environment, the biggest advantage that people have is they will have the opportunity to demand transparency without having any direct connect with you. So this is like anybody now having an opinion on a product which is getting sold in the market and having a review. And therefore, to that extent, the big advantage that you would need to do is to really improve your accountability and transparency as you go by. And I'll talk also about financing instruments which can come in place. So the second one I would say is a challenge of legitimacy and trust, but I think you can build it in together with your digital dimensions that you're looking for. The third, I think, would also be the challenge of engagement. The biggest advantage that we'll have, as I said, in 2047 is the demographic dividend, right? You'll have people, average age would go up to 37 from whatever it is now, 28 or so. But the employable population will obviously be close to 1 billion, right? The government is projecting about 900 million, close to 1 billion. Now, if you have 1 billion people who would be not just your beneficiaries, but also your volunteers, as well as your go-to-market mechanism for you, one of the biggest things that you would need to do is to also address their aspirations, which will be very different from the model of how you would reach beneficiaries today. So therefore, I think you would also have a discussion around, so then comes back to what Shivkumar said yesterday, right, about succession planning. I think he made an interesting comment, right? One of the organizations where he said, they're planning a succession for 20 years and then got it right. So if you really look at it, it's not a long time frame, because fundamentally what would happen is, in a situation like what we are talking about, demographic dividend, one big change that you would have is you will address aspirations of people where the leadership has to be in sync with them in terms of the thought stream. And that will also have an implication where how we build our age streams and our leadership pipelines as we go forward. So the second dimension I would say, which digital will impact, and therefore the demographic dividend, I would think, would be your leadership pipeline. And the way you would start thinking about your leadership pipeline, it may not be the same age group. As India also has a demographic dividend advantage, civil society will also tend to have a demographic dividend advantage. So that we may have to recognize in this room and start thinking about. That's the one that I would think would be the third one. And fourth one, obviously, as you do this, one of the biggest things that you may also want to think about is move away from typical project-based thinking to outcome-based models. Now, if you are looking at dimensions of interventions coming in from the external environment as digital, as demographic dividend, as let us say also scrutinies will increase from not just governments but also from public, you'll have to start then thinking about how do you really become outcome oriented. So just to give you a context, right? Yesterday we were speaking about zero coupon, zero principal as a form of funding. What does it do? Any of our not-for-profit organizations which can go through the SSC under either BSE or NSE, you can actually have funds coming in from companies, corporates, and corporates have an upper limit, 10% of their total CSR spent for the year, they can go through this route, ZCZP. Now, what's the advantage? The advantage is you don't neither pay principal nor interest to the corporates who are actually subscribing to your project. So you define a project and you put the project on the stock exchange. Somebody comes and funds the project. He has no return, unlike a traditional equity model or a traditional mutual fund model. He neither gets return nor gets interest, principal nor interest. But why is he doing that? Fundamental reason is there will be transparency. And you will actually report your progress. Somebody will have an advantage to of looking at that progress, be comfortable with what is being done and can be remote. Which means that a company in Delhi can actually fund a project in, let's say, Kodai without a problem. So today, if you look at it, your ambit of influence is very close to the headquarters. Need not be. But if that comes in, then the company has a the NGO has a responsibility of actually providing not just the financials, but also the outcomes based on what the stock exchange demands. So you have options, but the options come in with some level of scrutiny. So that's one that you may want to think about in terms of equity, as well as therefore transparency in that count. The fourth one, and therefore outcomes become very important. So you may want to think about, thank you, sir. Outcomes become very important. The fourth one is also, you may want to build the last mile. See, 2047, India is looking at inclusive growth development, 100 aspirational cities, which are obviously below the line in terms of prosperity, and therefore want to scale them up. Many of them all across India, right? Not limited only to one geography. And therefore, that's a big part that you may want to play from a last mile perspective. So linking, let's say, the dimensions of disruption together with what we want to do last mile in a new environment would be the new strategy. So therefore, that involves a little bit of a thinking to be borrowed from commercial entities, which is alliances and partnerships. So you cannot do it alone. So that would mean, I think you're a great example here. I think we have 8 of us here in the list here, obviously spearheaded by Kaz. And one of the biggest advantages that we have is, we have a collective model of strategic thinking. I was looking at the objectives that you laid out, sir. I think it focused on strategic thinking, confluence of ideas, and how we will collectively leverage our best practice. This is essentially what you're trying to do here. Now, in that, we should actually walk away with, in the roadmap over the next 5 years, how many of these programs are we going to do collaboratively? And not just only the 5 of us or the 8 of us, but essentially bringing in, let us say, tech startups into the ecosystem, digitally native enterprises into the ecosystem, which will strengthen the ability for us to go forward. These are all alliances. They are not the doers per se. They only are enablers for us to drive the agenda. The core agenda is with us. Many of them will enable us. We don't have to become a digital platform tomorrow. Somebody will help us do that and make the change. So in various forms, right? So partnerships will become pretty much critical. So I would see the second disruption change. If I were to talk about disruption, I think you will have more partners beyond the traditional partners in the room. And it could be digitally native partners that you might want to think about. And the only last thing that I thought is, as you look at leveraging many of the funding mechanisms which I spoke about, including what's on the stock exchanges, in addition to, let's say, the new models which are coming up, I think one important part is also the engagement of the youth as implementers. I think today most of them are beneficiaries, if you really look at it in most places. So if you look at the entire civil society ecosystem now and you take the data out, predominant part of them are actually not the volunteers, but predominant of them are beneficiaries. So we are trying to see how we can make the guy employable. We give them training, we help them through schooling. So everything is around skilling, talent development, etc. as beneficiaries. And one big change that I would see going forward, if you were to really look at how many of the dimensions have been implemented so far, we will turn them into volunteers. And that means that the collateral impact and the ripple effect can be substantial for us to think about. So with this in context, I thought maybe we'll put the roadmap in I know I have 2 more minutes and then our time is up. So we'll take the roadmap in about 3 parts, right? I thought maybe we want to take 26 to 30, sir, leading up to your 47. I thought we may want to take it as a stabilize for disruption. Disruption is talked about as a big agenda. So I said, can we think about this period between all the 8 of us as stabilizing for disruption, which means that we said we'll invest in digital literacy, because everything from grant reporting to service delivery, everything is becoming digital. Second, we said we'll strengthen our legal compliance, our entire financial compliance models to the extent that it is required. I think again, yesterday over dinner, when I was talking to people, I think one interesting thing came about. Someone said, there is nothing like an end to governance, right? You can always move the needle much, much more. And Shiva, that you had some good examples around that. So I think one interesting part that we may want to think about is how much more can we strengthen. And the third, like what I said, build the partnerships beyond this room. And many of them would be linked back to your digital agenda. Many of them will be linked back to your funding agendas. So that's the partnerships that we may want to think about. So these three, maybe you can start thinking about it as phase one, which is stabilize for disruption. And then you can really look at modernizing your operating model. Maybe that will be about 5 years, which is where I see civil society actually moving. Most civil societies will move to outcome-based models from the current project-based models. That would be the first one. Either you do it or the market will demand it. So either way, you can't escape the market. And it's very similar to how, because the market is becoming extremely commercial in its thinking, so the commercial models are all moving towards outcomes, so they'll shift the entire base thinking, right? Everything works on base thinking, so entire base thinking will move towards outcome. Second one would be, I think the big thing in the room would also be about how do you localize leaderships? One of the things that we are finding out as an outsider when we start looking at civil society organizations, one change that we see is leadership is not as localized as what people would expect it to be. And corporates who are funding on many of the programs have also come back and said that localization is not very prominent because many of them don't have a leadership pipeline for localization. So that's been the big change that we may want to think about. And like what I said, when you start engaging the gig workers and the youth into the ecosystem, not just as beneficiaries, but also as, let us say, volunteers or donors, whichever way you want to look at it. That would be my third dimension to look at the modernization, your entire thing. And obviously, we spoke about really looking at developing the next gen leaders. This could be your next model for that, I would say 2030 to maybe 2035, 37. And then obviously the next period would be what everybody does, which is institutionalization. So if you look at any of the most successful ones, they've gone through all these phases in any disruptive agenda model. One is really stabilizing for that disruption, creating the platform in place. Second one is really where we will modernize our own operating model in line with what changes we are having. And the third one, then we can drive the institutionalization. So these are three I thought would be relevant for us to start thinking about with 4 or 5 of the disruptions that we spoke about. Thank you, sir. And any questions, I'll take it later after Mr. Cherian's session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions, we can take it. And one or two remarks that Ishwaran has given a wide range of options and ideas for a civil society. And very difficult for all of us to really put which options, which menu we can take it. So, in his own language, if I can make, please create assets and liability statement for your organization, receipts and payment statement of your organization. All the ideas he brought can be put, and then you will see the meaning and options he has given. Thank you very much.
Guten Morgen, Namaskaram, and Vanakkam to all of you. Thank you, Captain Vijay Kumar and Simran, who contacted me to come to speak at this. I'm coming to this partners meet for the first time. I'll begin with the good news. The good news is crisis and disruption are always best to change. So it is the right time for all of you to change. And and that includes the civil society. And sometime back, civil society people and across the country put up a report on the India's non-profit sector and their contribution for 75 years. I'll leave the copy with Simran and also the soft copy so that all of you can get a copy. But actually, when we looked at this, we found that the civil society is about 3.2 million strong, and there are 18.2 million workers working across the country for it. And the best part of it is that 2.7 million are paid workers, rest are voluntary, meaning they don't get any salary, but they do work for whole. And actually, we contribute about 2.1% to the GDP. And it is a substantial contribution. Do any of you know what the IT sector contributes to the GDP? The IT sector contributes only 3.8% to the GDP, and we contribute 2.1% to the GDP. And what does the IT sector get in return? They get a lot of benefits, they get free land, they get tax concessions, they get everything possible under the thing. And what does the civil society get? We get kicked in our back. That is what happens. So this is what is happening at the moment of civil society. And we also said that the civil society has come up with great number of innovations, be it in the health sector. The ASHA worker came from the civil society. The various innovations in education came from NGOs working in primary education, etc. And actually, you were talking about Banyan yesterday. Banyan has written about the innovations they crossed in the mental health sector. So on and so forth. And I have written on what innovations we have done in the elderly. And it is high time that we spoke about elderly, because by 2047, we will have 350 million elderly. Most of the people in this room would be senior citizens, which includes me as well. And 1 in 5 people are senior citizens. And instead of having a demographic dividend, we'll be having a demographic burden. And that is going to be the situation which people in 2047 will have. And my organization, HelpAge, will continue to thrive because we'll have much more people to serve, and we need to serve much more. And I will take you on a history ride. So we'll go back to 1857. Actually, 1857, and Ishwaran spoke of NGOs in civil society being there in Kodaikanal in 1800. There were civil societies across the country in 1800. And during the 1857, which the British called the first, they call it the mutiny, and we call it the first war of independence. And they found that there were many civil societies supporting the people who were fighting against the British government. So then we came up with the first regulation, which is the Registration of Societies Act 1860. And many NGOs are registered under that act, including HelpAge and various people. And so this was the first regulation. So we have had waves of regulations coming across the country, and this is something which we need to. So in 1800, of course, I've written a book on this also, on Million Missions, on various societies. Actually, the earliest sign was Rajaram Mohan Roy, who started the Anglo-Vedic Society and in Bengal, and he also founded the Brahmo Samaj, which was for reform of Hindu society at that point of time. And there was also in Bangladesh, there was Haji Shariatullah, who formed the Faradi Society. At that point, Bangladesh was also in the Indian firmament. And in Gujarat, there was the Swaminarayan sect, which builds massive temples all over the world, I would say. Even when you go abroad in the US, you see their huge temples. This was started in 1844 in Gujarat. And there was also a Muslim organization called Jamiyat-e-Ulama Hind, which has its headquarters in Delhi, in Bahadur Shah Safar Marg. And they work across the country and work in other countries also. And these are organizations which were all set up in the 1800. Then some of you may have studied in DAV schools. And DAV schools were set up by Saraswati Dayanand, who set up this society, and he also wanted to reform Indian Hindu society and set up Arya Samaj, and these schools are all registered as non-profits across the country. And so on, and you have Ramakrishna Mission, you have Radha Swami Byas Satsang in Punjab. So, and even in Tamil Nadu, there was Guild of Services, which was established in 1930 in Chennai by Mary Clubwala Jadhav. So these are some organizations which were there. And then came the second regulation. The second regulation came during emergency in 1975. There was Jayaprakash Narayan who started opposing the emergency, and there was also in Gujarat, there was a student agitation called the Navnirman agitation, and various agitations came up. Even our current Prime Minister was one of the activists during the Navnirman agitation in Ahmedabad. So, of course, today when he talks about the student agitation, he is out of place because he doesn't consider his past as well. So, this led to the emergency, and the FCRA 1976 was brought in to promulgate again restrictions, because many of the societies, including the Gandhi Peace Foundation and the Gandhi Peace Center, were supporting the Jayaprakash Narayan in their struggle, and so the government wanted to restrict. And actually at that point of time, it's coincidental that many German foundations were under the scanner, because they were supporting the Gandhi Peace Foundation at that point of time. And then Mrs. Gandhi, when she returned in 1980, she brought in a Kudal Commission to investigate all this. So this was a second wave of regulation. And actually, most of the NGOs who have worked for many years in the country will recall the restrictions imposed by the FCRA. And then voluntary organizations have actually built up on values. They are not political organizations. So, and what happened is they all have a vision of a noble human society, and they all have human values. Somebody wants to support a street child, somebody wants to support mentally retarded lady who is lying on the roadside, and so our vision is of a noble human society, and our actions are mostly moral. And whether it is HelpAge or whether it is Vishwa Yuvak Kendra, who work with the youth, we work with the elderly, Seva works with the women and children. So these are all having this vision of this noble human society. And so what happened is later there was this whole issue of social action groups. And across India, this is a map of India. If I don't know whether there's a pointer, but if you look at the central part of India, most of the minerals come from there, and most of the forests exist there. What is happening is this central India is going through a turmoil. The forests are being destroyed. The water streams are being destroyed, and in the sense, and many companies who are having these mining interests in these areas are opposing the NGO activity, because the NGOs are with the tribals, the NGOs are with the local groups, and they are opposing this. So this has been, and there has been people like P.V. Rajgopal, a Gandhian, who set up Ekta Parishad, and then there's been Father Jacob Tundil of Prem in Orissa, Medha Patkar and the Narmada Dam activists, Vandana Shiva and the anti-GM foods, they've been fighting against this. This is all, the government wants to restrict such NGOs, and as a result of it, they came up with, and this has been, if you look at, this has come up with the next wave of regulations. So what happened is, let me take an example of Rajendra Singh, who is called the Waterman of India, won the Raman Magsaysay Award. He started off with Jayaprakash Narayan, who formed a student body called the Chhatra Yuva Sangharsh Vahini. He came out of that and then started an NGO to revive water streams in Rajasthan. And then these water streams are now alive, and he's won various awards, including the Stockholm Prize. So these are been activists in the sector who have built up a lot of credibility, but the government feels that since they are with the people, they must be against us. And as a result of it, there was another set of regulation which was brought by the same Congress government, because there was an issue of accountability in the sector. I think Ishwaran spoke about accountability and transparency. So there was a Bankar Roy who started SWRC Thilonia, who drafted something called a Code of Conduct. This was the year 1985. And this Code of Conduct was discussed across India, and it finally failed because many NGOs did not want to follow the Code of Conduct, unfortunately. And so what happened is later on in 2003, I was involved with Venkat of Give India and others, and we formed accountability standards for the voluntary sector and set up an organization called the Credibility Alliance. This led to the formation of another organization. I was on the board of GuideStar in the US, and we formed something called GuideStar India, and we do accreditation, and we also do a rating of NGOs. You can be a platinum rating, you can be a gold rating, you can be a silver rating, and this we thought will bring about self-regulation in the sector so that we don't get regulated by the government. We wanted to have self-regulation. And today, of course, the Social Stock Exchange also uses the GuideStar rating for sector, because I was involved in the technical committee which formed the Social Stock Exchange. So I suggested to them, why don't you use the GuideStar standards? And they readily agreed. And so the GuideStar standards, if you want to list yourself on a BSc or NSc, and you will have to use the GuideStar standards and get yourself rated. The rating doesn't come free. You have to pay a fee for it, and it is not a free rating. So this is something which has been created, and we hope that there will be accountability in the sector. Then came the third wave of regulation in 2010, brought about by our famous Mr. P. Chidambaram, and who did not like the voluntary sector and brought in all kinds of modifications, which is called the FCRA 2010. And if you look at it, there was more and more regulation, and there was also limit on administrative expenses. There were tax exemption also went through a change, and all this was brought by none other than Mr. Chidambaram. And I know him personally, and I've told him that you are the cause of all these kind of problems. And so I speak Tamil, so I can tell him straight in Tamil what I intend. So then later on, the CSR came in 2013, and 2013, the new act was passed, which brought in 2% CSR. But unfortunately, though I was involved with the technical committee which created the guidelines for CSR, today the guidelines are being violated in many ways. Of course, from the Prime Minister down to the state government, people have been violating the CSR guidelines. Prime Minister and company formed something called PM Cares, and the PM Cares is a private trust which takes in the money, and it doesn't see the light of the day. And state governments, including Karnataka, I believe, has passed a new guideline that it all have to come through the state government. Chhattisgarh is doing the same thing. So NGOs are competing with, and today, of course, in spite of all these anomalies, 28,000 crores comes under CSR to various NGOs. So this has been a major source of funding, and we need to optimize and fundraise from these sectors. And next in 2014, when the BJP government came, they removed 100% tax exemptions on the voluntary sector and brought in ATG, which is only 50% tax exemption. They also worked on a Lokpal, and the Lokpal, if it was passed, would have been, they included NGOs into the Lokpal. The original mandate of the Lokpal was not NGOs, but that was included. I was then the chair of WANI, which is Voluntary Action Network in India, and Arun Jaitley, the then finance minister, was quite cooperative, and he decided to shelve it for the moment. So the Lokpal is shelved. It is not finally seen the light of the day, but it could come. And that had implications that if you were a trustee or on the governing board of NGO, you will have to tell how much of money you have, how much of assets you have, how much jewelry your wife has, how much various things are there. And my wife may say that jewelry didn't come from me, it came from her own mother. So these are all complications in the Lokpal law. I'm happy that it is shelved. But then the government came with an amendment to the FCRA. And the amendment to the FCRA is it will be centralized. There will be a central account in State Bank of India in Parliament Street, and there will be sub-granting disallowed, because many of us were getting grants by sub-granting. If there was an NGO like Oxfam would give it to somebody, and that agency would sub-grant. So now that has created a crisis. And I was the chair of CARE India when this happened. So we were sub-granting to a lot of NGOs. So now we had decided to operate directly. So instead of having an NGO partner, here we are all partners here, but instead of having an NGO partner, we had to work directly in the field using our own staff, increasing our overheads. But then there's a limit on administrative overheads. So as a result of it, problems have arisen in the sector. So of course, this is, of course, the socio-economic contribution, which has been over the years by civil society, which is documented in this book. And currently, it is about 2.8% of the GDP. And we hope that in the coming years, we will go up to 7.5%. That is my personal estimate. And if you look at it, the geographical distribution of non-profits, a lot of non-profits are registered in Maharashtra, in Uttar Pradesh, and in West Bengal. So states like the Northeast have less NGOs. Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Haryana is less. So this is the geographic, yes, not. And so this is the age-wise distribution. A lot of the NGOs are small NGOs, below 5 crores. There are very few NGOs which are above 50 crores or 100 crores. And hopefully over the years they would be able to raise money. And so we did this geographical distribution. And another important fact is most of the 9 million workers in the non-profit sector are sole breadwinners. So this is something which we have to, if FCRA is cancelled, all those people lose their livelihoods, lose their jobs, and as a result of it, we are not working against the nation, we are actually contributing to the nation, and there is no need for such regulation. So my argument has been that even if we look at non-profits working in the aspirational districts, which are the poorest districts in the country, the bulk of the NGOs are working in the aspirational districts. So even the government and the Niti Aayog relies on us to get information from the aspirational districts from the NGOs. And if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals and the SDGs, and this is how the NGOs have been contributing to all the SDGs. Of course, I'll be sending you the full report, so there's you can look at it. And of course, so our argument is just like there is a ease of doing business in India, we have to have a ease of doing good in India. That is one of our first recommendations. We want to reduce tax restrictions on non-profits and revise Section 2, 11, and 12 of the Act. So, of course, we have Deloitte people here. I need not expand on these. But what it means is that you should be easy to get a tax exemption. And the FCRA, we want to reduce the FCRA raid raj. Now, what is happening? FCRA department, those of you who are experienced it, is a non-transferable, non-accountable department. You can never talk to an official, only contact them digitally, and as a result of become a very corrupt, highly corrupt department. And there are people, especially chartered accountants, who tell me that if you pay so much, you will get your FCRA. If you pay this much, you will get your... So it has become a non-transparent, non-accountable district. And we want to promote giving by encouraging 100% taxation for non-profits. And till 2014, HelpAge India, we had tax exemption, and we used to raise about 100 crores from the Indian market through this tax exemption. I always say that people donate generously, provided there is a tax exemption. So that needs to come into the picture. And we need a uniform, promotive, and enabling policy. And the fifth wave of regulation has come in 2020, where, of course, they have modified all kinds of law, and they have cancelled 19,000 organizations, their FCRA number, stating some silly reason or some reason under the thing that you did not submit your return in 2012 or 2008, and as a result of it, they have cancelled. So they need to streamline the provisions. And of course, 10BD and 10BE donor information needs to... Okay. The chairman is saying there's time. So I'm going to go to the last slide. And what should NGOs do? The NGOs need to do, first of all, they all need to do some form of accreditation so that their compliance is transparent. And they need to improve the internal governance. The governance in the voluntary sector, I think it's gone. The intern is gone because, okay. Internal governance, because most of the organizations have family boards, or they have invisible boards where the board does not take any decision. It is all done by the founder CEO. We need to move into a professional board so that the boards are accountable and the boards carry out due diligence and do the work. And all the NGOs need to improve your social media presence, because today's donors are not looking at your website, they're looking at your social media profile and what you're doing, etc. So you got to improve and you can start local fundraising, because the current market is about 16 billion. More is due to come as India develops into I don't know, 30 trillion or 40 trillion economy. There will be more money flowing in philanthropic flows, and you have to reach out to local philanthropists. There are many. Those who are in Bangalore will know about a large number of local philanthropists, and we need to also look at high net worth individuals. And of course, the social stock exchange, Mr. Ishwaran has read, that is another area where you can raise money through zero principal, zero coupon bonds. And there's blended finance, which is something which you can raise money. And overall, we need to advocate for ease of doing good in India. If we don't do this, the future of civil society will be in bad shape. So you need to actually change your perspective, build accountability and transparency within your organization, improve your governance, and then fundraise locally. So thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Cherian, for cheering up, because you have history, geography, political science, economics, politics, and a bias of civil society's care. So thank you for bringing the national picture And please give one to Ishwaran also, the book, because he is talking about outcome. The outcome is there, and he will speak better. No, one more special copy to our Ishwaran. Okay, the point is the outcome of NGO sector on the nation should be accountable. So there are questions, and with the questions have already come. So one for Ishwaran, one for Cherian sir, and then we'll close it. Ishwaran sir, please. No, that's for you, sir. That's for me. Yeah.
Yeah, so I had a question. I'll read it out for you. No, don't worry. I think there is a mic there. Don't worry, Captain. So I have a question here. If you were advising leadership of a civil society organization today, what are the 3 capabilities it must build over the next 5 years to become a story which is credible and be a future-ready institution? I think we spoke about this. So I would say the first start, I think we also alluded to social media and profiling, etc. So I think the first one would be, how do we really become digitally capable as civil society? So that would be the first one that will drive a lot of stuff. The second one that I believe would be most important would be, therefore, create your leadership pipeline. There is enough activity to be done here. He spoke about the aspirational district. So the second one would be really looking at the leadership pipeline. And the third that I thought would be really be looking at, as we look at domestic funding, as we look at new philanthropists, etc., and many of them new to our ecosystem. Third one would be, how do we really make it far more transparent as well as create the trust? These 3 would be my top 3 priorities: digital nativity, creating the leadership pipeline, and accelerating our transparency models, including some of the ratings that we may want to really focus on.
Thank you, sir.
There are 2 questions. One is much simpler question. What is the FCRA quantum and funding per year? Currently, it's about 23,000 crores. And of course, that is, the figure has been going down because of the cancellation of FCRA and the NGOs. The second question is, how can civil society, government, and the corporate sector move beyond transactional relationships and build long-term partnerships that contribute meaningfully to India's inclusive growth? I've been in the voluntary sector for 4 decades. Initially, there was a lot of partnership going on. Most of the agencies used to have partners meet like this and discuss long-term proposals, etc. I'm happy that Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is holding its partnership meeting. It is, in today's context, it is very unusual. Most of the donor agencies have either closed down or they have gone into. And I deal with a lot of CSR. I also talk to I'm on the CSR committee, and they've been always having a problem in partnership, because most companies like to give only 1-year grant. And 1-year grant also, if they give, by the month of December, they're asking you to give the accounts till March, which is not possible because they do not understand the sector. So they demand. They say, we have to, my CFO is pressurizing me to give me the accounts. So they do that. With that kind of attitude, you can never have partnership. Yeah, you can only have partnership if you have a 3-year perspective or a 5-year perspective. Otherwise, it's very difficult to have partnership. Otherwise, it will be just project grants which run for 1 year, and after that you can't create impact. Somebody spoke about outcomes. Outcomes are not measurable. And many NGOs many corporates ask me, how do I do impact measurement? I said, if you give money for 1 year, you can do no impact. You at least give for 3 years, then you can do some form of impact. And so they are also short-sighted because they are not, CSR is run by HR professionals and sometimes by finance professionals, both of whom I have due regard for them, but they don't understand NGO activity nor civil society activity. As a result of it, they ask these questions, and NGOs are suffering, I would say, because of this kind of attitude. So that's how you can create partnership. I have one more question. As India moves towards, how do you see the role of civil society changing, and what should NGOs start? I had already covered it, and basically, first of all, you start at the top. You improve your governance. If you are a founder-run organization and you have a family vote, your aunt and your uncle and your father-in-law are all there, you remove them and put some outside professionals who have some validity. That is the first change you have to do. The second thing is you get yourself accredited. You will, if you go to GuideStar or if you go to any of the agencies, CRISIL and ICRA have also started this accreditation. They will charge you much more than GuideStar, and you will know. हिंदी में बोलते हैं कितना पानी में है कितना ऊपर है. So you will know how much you are. So you find out that. And the third thing is go Swadeshi. Videshi funding, the way it is going, it will not last. But there is enough money in this country. I have proved beyond doubt in HelpAge that we can raise enough money in this country to run our operations. And it is available in all parts of the country, and you will be able to raise. Those are the 3 steps you have to do. First, fix your accountability.
Thank you, sir. It's thanks to MMA, Captain Vijay Kumar, who put the civil society and the cutting edge in all the speech. The first 2 speakers with the different orientations are the beginning to understand the complexity and the challenges and the road forward or road to climb up and then see. So thank you very much for good speakers and Captain and this team. Let me make only 2 minutes remark if you are allowed. The history of modern civilization will realize all government of the day stood on the shoulders of the civil societies and come up. There was no government which never stood on the shoulders of the civil society to come up. But as Leo Tolstoy, which is borrowed from Bible, I sit on a man's back and carry him to take me forward. I will do everything in my command to redeem his struggle except getting off from his back. This is the relationship between civil society and the government today. My only concern is we have to create a caring environment for a civil society. All over the world, the household debt is on increase, 40% today. The household debt. Gold shops are opened everywhere in India. Gold mortgages are going on, and see the contradictions in this. Therefore, when we talk about AI, what changes, we cannot predict. But there is one thing I asked the Zogo people when they were in Melbourne presentation. The society has one uniqueness, that is, each one of us unique. I'm different, our captain is different, Simran is different. Because we are different by our value systems, our evolutions of these value systems, and that is where the psychologist says each one is unique. How AI is going to interface these millions of uniqueness into manipulative code writing, God may not even know that. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been a fabulous session. I would say a lot of insights there, both from the corporate side as well as from the civil society side. And thank you, Gandhidas sir, for moderating it so well. We come to the conclusion of this session. We have a group photo after this. But before that, may I request Mr. David Merkel to come onto the dais, along with Group Captain Vijay Kumar, to present a memento to all the three speakers, please. Yeah. So as mentioned yesterday, these mementos are not just something that is written on the memento. Actually, it's a tree planted on your name, and you can always go back, scan the QR code that is given there, and watch the tree grow. There's something very unique that an organization called Kalpataru is doing. So it will be really nice to have. Thank you, Mr. Cherian, for all your insights. Great. So please stay back on the stage. I think we can continue the photograph. May I request all ladies and gentlemen in this room to please come forward for the group photo. We will have a row of chairs put there in the front. May I request MMA team and other young volunteers to come forward and help us here.
One standing at the back.
Sí, sí.
Tami, okay, yeah? You know who's Dalnama? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet after a break. I hope all of you had your cup of coffee and tea, whatever has been your preference, and all those viewers who joined us online as well. I hope you could also grab your cup of coffee or tea. Well, we had a very good first session on a very, very interesting topic, and that was on civil society at 2047. And we could see the people very passionately talking about what are the issues that they are facing, the civil society is facing. And this is a counterpoint for those who understand music, a counterbass. It will be the second session, which is the CSR funding. So civil society said what the issues that they are facing. Now the CSR point of view from the corporates. The CSR funding, what the corporate look for and the way forward will be this session. And I'm sure this will be as engaging as the first session as well. And to drive the session, we have four very, very senior prominent speakers. Let me invite them to come and occupy their place on the dais. First, let me begin by inviting Dr. Mandaben Parikh, the Managing Trustee, Yuvak Vikas Trust. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause. She has come all the way to be with us this morning, one of the senior most members of the CAS partners. Next, Mr. Mahesh V, Vice President, NCR Ateliers, Mahindra World City. Yesterday, many of you would have seen him playing a different tune. And today he's going to be here talking about the CSR funding and expectations from the civil society. Then we have Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee, who's come all the way from Chennai. He head Partnerships and Alliances Hand in Hand Academy for Social Entrepreneurship, Kanchipuram. And last but not the least, we have Ms. Chitra Shivkumar, who's the managing partner of Time Links, and she will be joining the panel. There's no energy, there's no clap at all, Are Baba. Good. Very nice, thank you. I'm sure all those who are watching online also please clap wherever you are watching the program from. And now, may I have the AV of the distinguished panelists, please.
Mr. Mahesh V, Vice President, NCR Ateliers, Mahindra World City, is a seasoned operations leader with over 26 years of experience driving transformation, operational excellence, and high-performing teams. Mr. Mahesh has played a key role in developing NCR Ateliers India's manufacturing operations into a $350 million plus global capability hub with a strong focus on quality, scalability, and people-centric leadership. Mr. Mahesh also actively contributes to industry leadership and champions CSR initiatives in education, healthcare, and sustainability. Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee, Head Partnerships and Alliances, Hand in Hand Academy for Social Entrepreneurship, brings over 4 decades of leadership experience across corporate, insurance, and social development sectors. Formerly Vice President, HR at Aarti AXA and President of Hand in Hand India, Mr. Sandeep has extensive expertise in HR, partnerships, fundraising, and organizational development. Mr. Sandeep's passion for social impact continues through leadership and advisory roles across the Hand in Hand Group and other development organizations. Ms. Chitra Sivakumar, Managing Partner, Timelines, is an accomplished entrepreneur who has built and scaled a leading Titan franchise into multiple award-winning retail outlets across Chennai and Kanchipuram. A people-centric leader, Ms. Chitra is recognized for innovative employee development and customer engagement practices. Ms. Chitra also mentors a aspiring entrepreneurs and is actively associated with Keiretsu Forum and Tai Chennai. Dr. Manthavan Parekh, Managing Trustee, Yuvak Vikas Trust, is a dedicated social leader and educator committed to youth development, capacity building, and volunteerism. Dr. Manthavan leads collaborative initiatives promoting youth leadership, sustainable development goals, and institutional development. Dr. Manthavan is also actively engaged in advancing Gandhian philosophy, social development, and community service.
Well, we've seen through the profile of all those four corporate senior people here on the stage, and I think, yeah, let's applaud them for joining us this morning. Thank you, all of you. Now, I invite Ms. Mandaben Parekh to make her opening remarks and take the session forward, please.
Friends, good morning to everyone. This is a very important session in this seminar, and we have excellent panel to discuss the issue. Actually, CSR is a very, very promising tool for the development. When it was introduced, everybody was expecting that a great change will come between the, it's not moving. Everybody was expecting there would be a sea change between industry and society, but that has not happened. And NGO sector and corporate sector both have not been in a position to accommodate with each other to the best satisfaction. So there are so many dilemmas. I don't want to go into it at the moment, but these three panelists will be talking about it, and I think let us hear them, and then we will discuss it further. You can list all your questions, whatever you have, and that we will take at the end. Yeah, please. Chitra? Chitravan? Yeah, I invite you.
Good morning, Dr. Mandaben, Mr. Mahesh, and Mr. Mukherjee, my co-panelists, and the NGOs, MMA and CAS. Firstly, I would like to thank CAS and MMA for organizing this wonderful program, getting together a group of NGOs together, because learning happens when it's a group together. Peer learning is something which is very, very effective. Thank you, MMA, for inviting me over and asking me to speak on my learnings that I've had and my experience that I've had. Today, what I would cover would be mostly from my own observations and experience as someone who's observed a few NGOs up close over the last couple of years, okay, at least probably last 25 years. So let me start on what we would look at when we're looking at charity. Initially, many years ago, it was charity, like there is a problem, someone from the society comes forward and they say that, hey, this is a pain there, this is a challenge there, and it's wonderful that this person who feels at the grassroots level wants to solve a problem. I think they've given their life for it. So they're coming out with a big passion in front and want a solution, but they want help. So they're seeking help from all of us. So that's where it starts from. So some of the NGOs that we've been dealing with or interacting with, one of them is Banyan. So I've seen Banyan from when it was just two of them, Vandana and Vaishnavi, and how they have grown it today, where it's about mental destitute women, and how they've made it an institution today. The other one that I would talk about is about Mugavari Foundation. This is in the education field where they have identify children who have just finished their 12th and they want get into engineering or medicine or into IAS, how they've been supporting them. So these are two where I've seen them grow from grassroots level into where they are today. So if I have to look at the corporate social responsibility today, the fundamental mindset has changed, completely evolved. CSR is no longer about checkbook charity or transactional compliances. Initially, it was like they come, we give them money, so it went around. So today, we are evaluating them just beyond just the passion. Passion can get you identified, but what you require is your operational excellence, the impact that you give, and the governance that you have proved to the society. I think that is what gives you a sustained, continuous support through the year. And the other one is that when we talk about governance, let me take it up into three parts. The governance part, which is statutory hygiene, the governance. Then the other one is the operational excellence or execution, where you have the outcomes that are done, and ability to scale up and sustain. So on the governance part, I think like the previous speaker earlier also had mentioned, if you have to have very early on to build a board for your own self, the board should comprise about unrelated people in your board. Can you get people who are specialists in the board? I think these are things that I have observed. Mugavari Foundation, it started by a person who is not qualified, educated, but he saw that there are students who are finding it difficult to take care how to pay their fees and go forward in education. But then he found a method of getting in people from the society who would contribute, but who were there asking him what to do and how to do. So he built a board. Similarly, same thing, Vandana had a board with eminent people from the society who were ready to mentor her, who were there to question her, who were there to guide her, and asked her a lot of tough questions, and that was what opened up their mind. I think these are two leaders who are willing to open their mind up, because they were ready to open that. And the next thing that they did was on the board was setting things, your statutory in place. And where I understand today is a lot of NGOs are finding this part very difficult. There is a suggestion that an idea came up, which I thought I could share with you. There could be another platform that can be formed. It could be another NGO or an NGO who's successful, who can create, or a CAS and MMA can create a platform where the required statutory compliances can all be put together, and the smaller NGOs or the startup NGOs can use this resource and take it forward. I think that is something which could be done. So that would also help a lot, because this is an issue a lot of NGOs face, and they're not able to sustain for long on that. The other one was on building the leadership inside, if they have to sustain and go on. And we found that in Mugavari, though started by a person, Ramesh actually runs the whole show with a next set of leaders. He's got a board, then he has a responsible leader, and he's also involving the students who've already passed out. They're all brought into this board. They contribute to it. They are the ones who select the next set of students who have to be, sponsored. And the other thing, that wonderful thing that they have done is they also look at staying connected with the students who passed out and the students who are going through the 4-year course or a 5-year course. The connect is not just in the beginning of the year where I identified and I gave you the funding, but it's about sustained through the 4 years program. So in a intervals of 3 months or 6 months, they have programs where all the students come together. They also learn from each other. The people who have already finished, they also give them some inputs, training, and this is how this entire NGO is progressing and growing, and they're showing good results, and the impact has been very good. The same thing if you look at even in Banyan, what they did was they had to look at, it's about a destitute woman. They can treat her as one. There are a lot of law, which is legal aspect, which is involved. So they collaborated with the government, with the legal, people brought the legal specialist in. They had the court in this, with them, helping them to sort things. And subsequent to that, they also went down to primary health care. It's not just about identifying, but taking the care through the entire process, making them ready, making them normal, and then bringing them back into the society. That was something that they did. And there are instances where the society or the family was not willing to take them. They were willing to bring them, create a home for them. So in this home, they were all there. They could live as an independent individual who had a career for herself or a skill which she had learned, so she could sustain and live. So this is the impact they made. It was a complete impact for them, for both these organizations. It's not about quantity that they did, it's about the quality that they did, the impact that they give. So this is what I found, which was very good. And these are things which will get any corporate to recognize you if you're looking at scaling up your NGO. I'm just trying to share the good practices which have happened, and all this is possible because they had a very strong governance in place. And the other one that they do is staying connected with the donors. Both the organizations have regular connects with the donors, where the donors are invited, and they also share information that is their own, what has happened about, and then even the financials are shared on a regular basis. They are keeping the donors updated about the financial aspects, the problems that they're facing, and what do they require in the future if they have to build a corpus. Then finally, coming to sustaining and the scalability aspect, building your own corpus to sustain, I think that is very essential, because at the end of you're probably funding a organization. In case you stop your funding, the organization should not be into trouble. I think that is also which is very essential. So teaching the NGO to build its own corpus, or get the community around involved, so that the community also is able to take this through and sustain and solve the challenge. I think that would be a very essential part of it. And Mugavari has actually involved the community. For him, the community is the students who passed out. They've been able to get through together and make sure that this entire thing goes forward. And that's the three things that we look at. And I'm investing from my aspect, it's about as a individual or an HNI or an MSME investing. The third, final thing that I learned is, as a franchisee of Titan and a business partner of Titan, I've also seen as a corporate, when they invest, what we've seen is it has to align with their ESG goals too. So the kind of projects that they take up is mostly related to help them in their BSR rating and all that. So I think that is another aspect that I found. So they could be looking at projects which are environment concerned. So it could be on water related, pond, where you get water. Then it is on education that they do. It's more, when it comes to education, it's about skill development. So when it is on skill development, it's not primary education that they're looking at. It's about how employability can be given. And so the kind of things which have changed, I think that is another change which I'm seeing a trend which is moving towards ESG and the ESG goals of the company which are there. Thank you.
is measurable. Now I invite Mahesh Bhai. Yeah, please.
Greetings, respected dignitaries, leaders from the KAs and the partner network and the MMA and all the people who have gathered here. I am honored here to be present with all of you where such a gathering is happening, having dialogues, exchange, reflection, and I am assuming we can get some experiential learning also. The theme of this event, particularly the strengthening of civil society for India 2047, makes a lot of sense. It is timely, but it is demanding also, right? We are not talking about economic growth, but we are speaking about the quality of that growth, including inclusion, dignity, resilience, capability, sustainability, and trust, a lot of things. We need to focus on all of that. Now, in that journey, all of us have got a role to play. I represent the corporate side of this partnership, but I am here not to boast about any of my accomplishments. I am here to talk about my own dilemmas, my own problems. How do we solve? How do we partner together? How do we pave the way forward? This is what I'm trying to talk about. Let me try to frame this problem. Now, we are seeing disruptions everywhere. The pace at which the world is progressing, it is for good or bad, we don't know, but it has become very, very fast, right? So we are seeing geopolitics happening, we are seeing climate risk happening, technology progressing exponentially. Now, this event's theme rightly identifies, I've gone through the brochure of this event. So it is talking about rapid technological disruption, evolving governance frameworks, funding changes, climate challenges, and rising citizen expectations. That's one important factor, right? The society is becoming more aware. The world is becoming more aware. The way we see the things it has to be done, it is all changing. So what does it mean for us? What does it mean for the corporates? What does it mean for NGOs together as a responsibility to the society? That is a question, right? The operating model of the past might not work anymore, right? The way it has to work for the future need to be tweaked, need to be realigned. Passion will remain essential, commitment will remain essential, but passion must be together supported by systems, commitment must be supported by governance, and good intent must be supported by measurable impact. From a corporate standpoint, this is where CSR partnerships are very, very important. We cannot accomplish anything on our own. So how do we do? What do we look for CSR partnerships? There are general things which anybody will ask. Is the need projected real and clearly understood? Is the intervention aligned to a meaningful outcome? Is the partner credible and transparent? Can the impact be measured honestly? Can the model sustain beyond one funding cycle? Does the program treat beneficiaries with dignity, not merely as numbers? Can this relationship with the NGOs become a partnership, not just a transaction? These are questions which come in everybody's mind, right? But I am going to focus on alignment, where purpose meets strategy. A CSR project may be seen as noble, but it also needs to align with corporate's purpose, priority areas, geography, compliance framework, and long-term social responsibility agenda, right? Let me give an example of some projects we have done, and then I will come back to the question. So if you look at the areas we focus, this is something which we have consciously chosen. We will focus on these areas. So we are focusing on skill development, education, training. So these are some programs which are done: STEM learning or girl child's education. And in our manufacturing setup, we have got about 60 to 70 percentage of the resources who are studying for their graduation and who are also working there and who are also contributing to the factories operations, and also some of them are even writing the exams from there. So that's an unique model which we have in our factory. So we are spending almost 62,000 plus man hours per annum in training and development. We recruit students from remote areas with a very conscious intent. So this is one way we want to give back to the society. And we also try to contribute to our local society there by building schools, giving infrastructure for education. And we also look at healthcare, supporting children with having impacted by cancer. How do we help them in treatment and recovery? We also, as I told, we also support education of girl child. And there are some other activities which are done through our factory. But the challenge what I faced here was 5 years before, if you see, we were giving funds to the NGOs and expected them to take care of all these activities, and our people will go there and take a photo and put it in the social media. That's all. I wanted to make a change there. This is not the way we should do. This is not the way we need to be contributing to the cause. So how do we do that? And this is the exact problem I am trying to solve. Now, in the previous session, I had Mr. P.S. Ishwaran talking about the leadership pipeline and how today's youth is predominantly our beneficiaries, but they are not leaders. We don't have enough leaders there, right? How do we instill and imbibe qualities of altruism and philanthropy to them, right? They are so well connected, and they have the intent of doing something meaningful, but the way they do it is often misinterpreted as some kind of entitlement or even sometimes seen as activism, right? How do we channel this in the right way and get this done and ensure that they are going to be leaders tomorrow, right? And when they are becoming leaders, how do we ensure that this area is getting focused by them? So this is what I'm trying to solve. As I told, in my factory, the majority of the resources are youth, right? So when they come out and then when they become leaders, they should not be leaders in business alone. They should be leaders in the civil society as well, contributing to what we call India 2047, right? How do we do that? I don't have answers, but I am seeking answers by partnering with all of you. This is what I'm expecting to solve. When we are selecting NGOs, we try to ensure this is a dialogue which happens. I don't want any project which is getting implemented just through the work of NGOs alone. Yes, they are the experts. They have the systems, processes, know-how, everything. But our people need to be involved. Our people need to contribute, and that needs to lead a path to our people getting that kind of mindset to contribute to the society. It needs to become sustainable. This is what I'm trying to solve. So the way we see alignment where purpose meets strategy, that needs to be changed. It should not be just giving funds and forget about that. Many CSR proposals describe activities. They say, we will conduct sessions, distribute materials, train people, build facilities, organize camps. Yes. But we will try to ask questions. We need to try try to ask questions about the outcomes. Right. So through this program, what did we really achieve? Did the participation improve? Did learning outcomes improve? Did health-seeking behavior improve? Did employability improve? Did dropout reduce? Confidence, has it increased? Did the community gain long-term capability? These are questions corporate need to ask NGOs, and NGOs should have a storytelling capability depicting these outcomes. This is an expectation. The best CSR partnerships are co-created. So I am not shying away from the corporate responsibility here. This is not just something which NGOs alone have to deliver. The leadership from business should see CSR not just as a means of meeting compliance. We should come out of that section 35 of that CSR 2013 Companies Act or whatever you call. It should not be just for fulfilling that purpose alone, right? Business has got responsibility towards society because society has contributed to the growth of business, right? So it's reciprocal. Now, I wanted to talk about technology and those kind of things, but by interacting with the gathering here, I don't think that that's some area which I need to stress here. Yes, technology, AI, all those kind of things are evolving. We should use them as something to aid us, but they will never be a substitute for trust. So please understand, NGOs who are having good technology, good tools and systems, yes, it is good, but that is not alone for creating trust. The trust is created through mutual partnerships, sustainable outcomes. So the leadership challenge is all about resilience without losing compassion. Now, there are 5 shifts which I foresee when we move towards 2047. We need to move from charity, that kind of mindset. That is not the way we should be looking at it. We should be looking at capability. This is the future of CSR is not only giving, it is enabling, it is helping people. We should look away from projects. Projects are like short term. Do one thing, done with that, forget that. No, we should be looking at them as platforms, right? It's not short term, right? You fund for a girl's education, right? So you fund for her graduation, then over? No. What was the outcome? What does she need? Is there something to be improved next time? Are we continuing that program, right? These are the questions both sides need to ask. From compliance, which is just meet it, that kind of mindset, to commitment, right? That needs passion, right from the top management. From reporting to learning, right? So reports, yes, what is the use of reporting? What are we doing with that? What are we learning from that? How do we improve from that? Those kind of things, right? And finally, from partnership as funding to partnership as shared ownership. This is another change we need to see going forward, right? So finally, in my closing thoughts, I'm repeating, corporates are not looking for NGOs who can just implement projects. They are looking for partners who can build trust, demonstrate impact, learn continuously, and walk the journey with integrity. Civil society is not a support function in India's development journey. It is one of the essential pillars. If business brings scale, civil society brings soul. If funding enables action, trust enables transformation. So the way forward is not simply more CSR funding. The way forward is better CSR partnerships grounded in purpose, strengthened by governance, measured through impact, and sustained by people. With that closing remarks, I conclude here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please.
Can you hear me? There's no pause button. Okay. No. Vanakkam, Namaskar, and good afternoon. My name is Sandeep, and it's always a challenge when you are the last speaker after two extremely experienced speakers who have shared their wisdom with us. Maybe what I will share over here would be an extension of what you have thought, and believe me, I have not copied from you. I've never had the good fortune of meeting Mr. Mahesh before that, so if there's a repetition, there was no malified intention. Sorry? It's coming? All right. So I represent an NGO by the name of Hand in Hand India, and I'm sure everybody in this room will be happy and proud to know the fact that this was an NGO which was set up in 2002 with 3 people. Today we are in Kanchipuram, in Namma Kanchipuram, and today we are a slightly larger family of about 1,700 people working, numbers no, work depends, working across 20 states in India and 8 countries across 3 continents. And when we talk of 8 countries across 3 continents, I'm talking of places as difficult as maybe Brazil, Kenya, or maybe as impossible as Afghanistan. Believe me, our people have worked in Afghanistan also. So what are we into? I'm just giving this brief for 5 minutes before going into the main topic. Our mission is fighting poverty and creating jobs. And as everybody in this room is aware of, the whole world is working towards it. At least the people who think positively, those who are not bothered about wars and communal rights, etc. There are a lot of good people in the world who want to combat this scourge of poverty. So it is no rocket science to say that fighting poverty is something which cannot be given simply by giving freebies or something. You have to build lives of people. So in our 25-year journey of serving society, we work in 5 thematic areas: women empowerment and job creation, child labor elimination and education, healthcare, with focus on women and children, environment, which is 2 segments, solid waste management and natural resource management, and skill development and technologies. So these are the 5 pillars that we call about. And mission is fighting poverty and creating jobs. And like any other responsible organization, we are deadline and timeline driven. We had a target of creating 1.3 million jobs in a span of 5 years from 2009 to 14. When we achieved that in 2012, a few months before that, we took upon ourselves of creating 5 million jobs by 2020. Unfortunately, 2020, COVID, etc. happened and we could not go ahead with that. But in 2022, when we were celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, at that point of time, our internal MIS said that we have achieved that 5 million target. So obviously all these are evaluated by external bodies like MCRIL, CRISIL, etc. So MCRIL went in for a 26-week grueling exercise, study and evaluation, and they invited us in March 2023 in Delhi, and in a hotel like this, they presented their findings and they said that, sorry, you have not achieved 5 million jobs, you have actually achieved 6.3 million jobs. Now when we got that, we became gung-ho, and by 2025, 10 million was our target. Happy to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, that as on date, we are at 11.6 million jobs as on first day. So for this, our founder, Dr. Kalpana Shankar, was invited by His Excellency, the President of India. She got the Nari Shakti Puraskar. But in the space of child labor elimination, we've also done our bit. 375,000 children out of bonded labor and lives created. I can talk about that later on, I should not be digressing, for which she was again invited by His Excellency President. She got the Bal Kalyan Puraskar, then she got the UN Women Award in New York. We have the observer status from UNFCCC and so on and so forth. Why am I saying this? Just want to set the context that we've had a little bit of experience in this field. And today, as we speak, we are working with, if memory serves me correctly, around 63 or 65 CSR donors, both Indian as well as multinationals, large ones, whether it's L&T, Mercedes-Benz, whether it's Grupo Antolin, whether it is HSBC, whether it's Karur Vysya Bank, whether it's Sutherland and and so on and so forth, and a host of other multilaterals. So from them, we have seen this entire activity from both sides, and I have served in AXA, which is one of the largest insurance or financial firms. AXA's current revenues are, as of 2025, 138 billion with a B, US dollars. And I had the good fortune of setting up the CSR space over there. So when I decided to shift into a social development area 15 years back, whatever little I had learned, I brought in. Whatever I learned from my friends and colleagues out here, I did. So with this introductory comments, I'll just go through the presentation. Now, how do I do that? Can somebody help me? Yeah. Is it visible? No. Anyway, in the interest of time, I'll just quickly kangaroo, in the sense that when we in Hand India started our journey with CSR, we already were working with foreign donors. And it was in 2011 that we started CSR, before the CSR laws came in. So there were mindset issues, people were not accustomed to it. I think that is what we were saying, so there's a gap out here. So we thought, let us try to, for this conclave, we thought that let's try to find out. Sorry, sir, it's not coming. Yeah, good, wonderful. So this is basically, if you see there are two ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying anything new. It's all of us know about this, but I try to put this in a basket so that we all get a sense of it. And in the process, I learn from all of you. Charity funding, as Mr. Mahesh said, it's charity, but charity, I'm sorry, right hand side should be corporate funding. Very sorry about that. Corporate funding is social responsibility. So while charity, the person who is giving charity gives out of his own free will and has no obligation, whereas the corporate is obliged to do it as per law. And payment is done from the owner from his own purse, whereas here the company makes the payment. Largely, it is emotional driven when it comes to the charity folks. In corporates, emotion is now coming in. Madam, I know you're saying no. Yes. It is work in progress. CSR moving into this segment is a work in progress, and we see a lot of development. In my humble capacity, I'll just share with you out here. Over there, it is not so much. It is driven by legal obligations. Charity sometimes is driven by religious obligations or emotional issues. My village, can you do something over there? I was in that school is broken down. Can you build it up? So these are things which people do. For religious purpose, many of us in this room go to Tirupati, Lord Tirupati, and over there we donate. So all these activities are there. But here it is, no, ille. It is largely no religion, nothing of that sort, but it is work in terms of legal obligations. And as all of us have been saying, it is to be measured, reporting has to be done, social return on investment is desired. I invest 100 rupees, what am I getting in return? There's nothing wrong in that. There's nothing wrong, but there's a slight cultural difference between these two segments. Geographical limitations play a role in terms of personal cases. My village, my lord, my temple, and all these sort of things. But when it comes to corporates, manufacturing sector, our little experience over the last 25 years with hundreds of corporates is as far as possible close to our plant, close to our factory. There are valid reasons for it. The plant is located in a particular territory, and the management or the plant has an obligation to the community. The communities have an expectation over there. Plus, it is good publicity for business. There's nothing wrong in publicizing your business through charity work. Absolutely fine, but this mismatch still exists. Donors personally interact. When I have Mr. X, Mr. Y, Mr. Z interacting, they do it with us. But in the corporates, it so happens that we have the person who is the dealing CSR manager who does it, and in many cases, he or she is the vendor manager. So from an NGO partner, we have become a vendor partner. People say, as vendors, you should do this. Mr. Nikhil is smiling. I don't know whether he's agreeing with me or not. But plenty of time, there is a mismatch in the way we perceive each other. So having said that, what the corporates look for while funding, Mr. Mahesh, I have not copied from you, please. Okay. But I think we are all sharing the same thoughts. First and foremost, from the first perspective, overarching organizational considerations. There has to be alignment with the company's vision policy. If a company is into promoting skill building, they're expecting an NGO who are masters or experts in this. Geographical fit. If we are working in Kodaikanal, the corporate donor would not be very keen to fund something in Jharkhand or in Bhatinda or in Margarita in Arunachal Pradesh. Potential for visibility and publicity. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you like it or not, this sometimes becomes quite a monster. Sorry for my expression. Publicity becomes very, very important, and sometimes projects are lost because publicity is not up to the mark, and we have had painful thing. Harmony with the communities adjoining the company's plant, we have spoken about that and all that. Next comes the credentials of the implementing NGO. They have to be sound implementation capabilities. They should know what to do, how to do properly with track record and market reputation. So when we say that we are a case study of Harvard Business School, when we say that Hand in Hand is, what should I say, UNFCCC, we are an observer status, so that increases. And you have so many other things, registering in Darpan, XYZ, 12A, I think all of us know about that. And talent pool of the NGO team, what do they bring to the table? How are they placed, the leadership team, what is the experience, what about the field team, and so on and so forth. Fundamentally, the strength of the proposal, how strong is that proposal, whether it caters to this, whether it's doable or not, whether it's scalable or not, is the budget credible or not, implementing timelines, is it aligned with the financial strengths? There are plenty of occasions when organizations say, okay, we'll do it for 2 years or 3 years. The plenty of organizations tell us, even an MD in a particular Norwegian company told me, Sandeep, I don't have the luxury of 3 years. I have to wait for my balance sheet. I need to close this in the next 6 months. So we start in July, we close in January. It has to be aligned. So the organization looks for an NGO which has the strength and capability to implement the project within this period. Due diligence and compliance, I think we are all aware of it. I think it is a very important aspect in which India is moving, whether it's FCRA, whether it's compliance, whether it's contracts, etc., that we have to sign, and so on and so forth. Reporting and documentation, very important. Whatever we have done, we need to report it correctly. One of the things that we say so, I think they're having some important discussion. Thank you. One of the things that we keep on saying so is that the corporate donor is not a monster. If you can tell him or her that these were the things, these were the problems, in 9 cases out of 10, they will bail us out because these are ground realities, but don't hide things from them. Don't give them surprises. Give them in advance, boss, this is the problem. So that sort of a thing, we need to have that level of honesty. Scalability and sustainability needs to be there. Corporate funding, the emerging trends. When we talk of brick and mortar, the basic data, inputs, etc., as we've seen from the public domain, the numbers have gone up. 40% increase in the last 5 years. That is from 25,000 crores in 2019-20 to about 35,000 crores in 23-24. And there's a shift also, or rather a focus on education, healthcare, and environment and sustainability. And environment and sustainability is also very interesting, or rather it's very relevant for us to note. It's no longer the conventional tree planting and sanitation, which was important. Today we are going to larger issues like climate resilience, water security, conservation, circular economy, and community adaptation. It's very important since in one of the COP24 or 25 it was said, with respect to protection of this planet, there is no plan B because there is no planet B. We have to work on that, and it's a very healthy trend when you see the hundreds of articles and institutions who are working upon this. Emerging trends, now that we need to do strong focus on compliance, adherence to norms and regulations. Corporate and NGO, there is a structural shift in relationships. NGOs remain important implementing partners, but corporates are also increasingly implementing themselves because they're not finding NGOs which have the same or similar DNA as the organizations themselves. Donations are moving over to strategic partnerships. CSR is being treated as a multi-year development project. And impact measurement is the fund differentiator. There's no point in saying that we did something somewhere at some point of time. What did we do? Where did we do? When did we do? What did we achieve? If I've spent 10 rupees, what did I get out of it? It's absolutely a very valid requirement. So we have to, as NGOs, move towards it. So the emerging trends, spend is moving to impact, short term is going towards long term. The traditional NGO is moving towards a professional, registered, non-profit organization partnership. Localized projects now are moving to undeserved aspirational districts and so on and so forth. Traditional funding is moving to even programs like social stock exchange. I'm sure all of us in this room are aware of the social stock exchange and so on and so forth. Data. Why do I blame or mention data with respect to this? In every aspect with data. Last Saturday when I went to meet one of my ENT specialists, an elderly gentleman, he had written a prescription in hand, my name, my age. Day before yesterday, when I went to a specialist, a younger gentleman, he had written the prescription on a computer with my name, age, date, blood pressure, height, weight, pulse reading, etc. More data, more information. So in every aspect of life, we are depending upon data. We need data. Data means information. So we have to move towards dashboards, computerization, and so on and so forth. Company specific becomes collaborative CSR. We've had the opportunity of different institutions working together and so on and so forth. So compliance goes to strategic giving, long-term partnerships, measurable outcome, scalable social impact. The last thing that I should say is synchronization between corporates and NGOs. The divide is gradually reducing, but I'm fond of using one expression, that whatever you do, you may not be able to convince Mr. Ambani to shed his black business suit and move into a saffron like Swami Vivekananda ji. And conversely, Swami Vivekananda ji may not be able to shed his saffron robes and move into a black suit. There is a divide, temperaments differ, but there has to be synchronization. It is moving. As I think you said, board members. There have to be board members in the companies who have more experience in this area. Increased number of personnel, of course, that is coming in corporates who are from this segment. People from corporates are coming into NGOs to work. Many of us are examples of that. So this is something which, because ultimately we do not have blast furnaces, we do not have chimneys, we do not have conveyor belts, we have human beings. So human beings, they have to share mind. I've been speaking quite a lot. There's a lot more to share. So I thank you for your patience. Rombo Nandri, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. There are 3 presentations and we have received some questions. I ask first to Chitraji to take up her question.
Yeah, the question that I have received is, what are the most common mistakes NGOs make while approaching corporates for CSR funding, and how they can improve their proposals and engagement? Well, I think this was just spoken by Mr. Mukherjee also about how to prepare your report and proposal and engagement. Where I would see, I am not a part of a corporate to tell you exactly what goes wrong, but from my experience, I can only talk about the governance and the board, because that is a very important aspect. If you're able to build the trust, I think the trust is the first factor which is required for you to get your funding, and your the execution that you've done, the actions that you've taken in the past. These are 2 things which would help you go forward. And with regard to funding, like Mr. Mukherjee also mentioned, it's about if you're able to give to a corporate, what is the outcome that they expect? Now, if the corporate is going to look at a 1-year framework, or are they looking at a 3-year framework, I think it's something similar to what is in business. In business, it's about equity that we invest, but here it's about the social value that I get during this period. I think if this is defined to them, what is the value that they get within the time frame, I think that would help in proposing your proposal. Thank you.
Mahesh.
Yeah, so I got a question. How can smaller or grassroots NGOs, which may have strong community impact but limited visibility and resources, compete effectively for CSR funding? Right. Okay, so these type of organizations may not have a long-term track record. They may not have the sheer scale, but that does not mean that they don't lack the soul. Right. So how do they still penetrate? How do they gain the trust of the corporates? Now, first of all, most of the corporate organizations will have a CSR advisory agency or something or a consultant to advise them about these projects, and they will evaluate, and they will tell whether the project makes sense or a platform makes sense. Right. Now, my advice, I'll try to be very short here, to the people who are starting their journey here, to have their own advisory committee from the corporates, right? The advisory committee should be having enough experience, and they should be having enough talent to instill confidence on the corporates. So what I'm trying to tell is these NGOs should get their advisory committee strong. And this advisory committee can generate that confidence to the corporates. From my personal side, I can try to contribute to people like this, or organizations like this, out of pure voluntary purpose, and I'm very passionate about that. So this is one advice I can give. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting question. Beyond regulatory compliance, what should NGOs do to demonstrate credibility, transparency, and measurable impact to potential corporate partners? First and foremost, let's go from the philosophical plane. Nobody on this planet is a fool. So if we have to convince anybody or any corporate, we have to do it on the strength of our work. I cannot say that I'm doing something good and not do a good job. And that's why be very, very clear of what you've done, what are the failures, and so on and so forth. So while regulatory compliance is very important because that is your credential. If I go to a corporate seeking a job, but being a high school graduate where the requirement is for an MPhil, I will not get that job. So I need to have these credentials. But simultaneously, I have to show that work. The work has to be done correctly. It has to be in alignment with the proposal. It has to be in alignment what has been agreed. That is why you will notice that in one of my slides, I had stated that there has to be an MOU in which all these points are written down, agreed upon, timelines agreed upon. Yes, there can be certain situations when we are unable to do it, maybe a flood or maybe a COVID, whatever it is, but then ultimately that has to be done. See, I heard from one of our institutions, I mean, it was a learning for us. I went to a particular mega corporate, an international motor manufacturing firm. They were lamenting that how one NGO had played dirty with them. They said that some wall had to be constructed or something. I'm just citing an example. And the auditor had come and said that I feel that there is some problem out there. The amount of brick and mortar that they have built for is not aligning with this. They have built for more, but they have not done it. And so the auditor himself, I think we should all give full marks to this auditor. He himself took some coconut shells, dug it himself, and he proved to them instead of 6 layers of bricks, 4 layers of bricks have been put in. So naturally, that particular corporate blacklisted that NGO. It didn't help anybody. So we have to go beyond regulatory compliance. We have to demonstrate credibility by our action, not by our words. Transparency at the cost of repetition. Sorry, I could not do this because of this purpose. It is not manufacturing. When I go to a manufacturing unit, they ask me plenty of times, why can't you do it? I say, I can't press a button and run a conveyor belt. We have human beings. Sometimes their gap. With your permission, I'll take half a minute more, citing a few more examples. There is sometimes, not always, a little bit of gap in understanding of ground realities. There was a particular NGO manager from the corporate who had come down to us, and he was looking into our papers, and we had faltered because for a particular thing we could not get the permission or the approval of the collector, the NOC from the collector. That is something which is required. And this gentleman was hammer and tongs upon us. Why couldn't you get it? Your NGO, you're supposed to get it done. Then he said something which was really thought-provoking. Show me your service level agreement with the collector. Which shows that they are away from ground reality. This is only one example. I can share plenty of others. Not all are like that. So we have to be strong on our work. We have to be strong on our activities. We have to be strong on our things. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
So I'll take the next one. So I got a statement and then I think there is a question. So it goes like this. We all agree that there is a gap between the partners, CSR and NGOs. We have identified the areas. But who should bridge the gap? A, corporate, B, NGO. And the person who has raised the question, he has given his vote for the corporate. And sir, I completely agree. This has to be from the corporate, right? We cannot expect, I told myself there, right? You cannot expect funds to be given to the NGO and they will take care of everything and then they will just get the report and No, and even in corporate, I will tell right from the top management, the drive should be there. It should not be like the CEO of the company just appoints somebody down the line and then he takes care of the CSR funding and then they file the report, matter over. No. There should be board level visibility and the oversight there. And it should be one of the main agenda of the board review meetings. The top management should be held responsible, should be held accountable for contributing back to the society, reciprocating their responsibility. And by that, I completely agree that corporate should bridge that gap going forward. Thank you.
Very well said, but I would like to say that we are in it together. NGOs should also be together on that. The next question is also a very, very important question. How can NGOs move from a one-time project-based funding relationship to a long-term strategic partnership with corporates, especially as CSR priorities continue to evolve? Before addressing this, I would like to say, can anybody tell me what do you define by a corporate? Is it the organization like a Hyundai or maybe a HSBC or a Mercedes-Benz or a Sutherland Global or something? It's not like that. It depends on, number one, the policies of the organization and the people who run it, which includes the top management, which includes the CSR committee members, it includes the senior manager down the line, etc. We've had experiences where they themselves have difference of opinion. The manager says, this is fine, the senior person overrules. So we cannot have a fixed formula about that. We've had situations that when we have gone to a particular institution and the junior most person has said, this is a wonderful project, why haven't you thought about it before? Let's go to the boss. When we went to the boss said that don't waste my time with all this nonsense, get lost. When we went to his boss, he said, please, when can you start this? And when we went to the ultimate authority, they said that please don't waste our time. If you come with this nonsense, we'll close this. So difference of person to person also. So you do not have a fixed formula for that. I'll do A plus B whole square becomes like that. It doesn't happen like that. It is all a game of perseverance, work and continuously learn, and also open channels of communication, not only with your existing corporates, but with your donors, prospective donors also. Meet them in various places, meet them in situation. I've also done it, I've already taken his card. So meet them out here, talk to them. It takes occasion. There was one particular organization, a German organization, a global organization, where our chairperson, Dr. Kalpana, introduced me to the president and managing director over lunch in 2016. For 6 years, we followed them up and down, and we could get the first contract in 2022. So you cannot actually have, there's no fixed formula, it is perseverance. And secondly, another thing is that we have to adjust depending upon their requirement and policies. Does this answer the question? Thank you.
Right, sir. Just adding on to that, this project-based funding relationship to long-term strategic partnership. When we are doing a partnership, there is an outcome, right? And if that outcome is a story, and if it is giving a big message to the outside world, there will be enough confidence and there will be enough, trust me, there will be enough pressure to continue with that partnership. So focus on the outcomes, create sustainable outcomes that will create long lasting partnerships, right? So with that, I have a very what you call blunt question. Are we trying to corporatize NGOs? I don't know what you mean by that. Right, okay. So if you mean, yeah, if you mean that the result of the NGO should be monitored, it should be outcome based, it should be objectified, not subjectified. That is the way corporates work, right? We are answerable to people, right? We are answerable for the outcome, right? And our job is dependent on that, right? You should also be like that. No way, right? Okay. You are doing passionate work, you are contributing to the society. That does not absolve you from these kind of expectations. So yes, please welcome to that world.
So the journey has begun. The corporate and the NGO agrees. We say definitely, when I mean corporatize, I mean, with your permission, I'll just supplement. When I mean corporatize, means systematic, be transparent, deliver as per requirements of the contract and the agreement. And in case there is a problem, please confide. It happens in manufacturing, it happens everywhere. Sometimes you're unable to live up to the expectations. There could be any reason. So let's do things systematically, properly, result oriented. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question here with me. Looking ahead to India at 2047, what emerging areas such as technology, AI, climate action, skilling, or community development are likely to attract greater CSR attention, and how should NGOs prepare themselves today? All this work that we're doing is because we're looking at developed India in 2047. I think like that morning they had mentioned about we're going to be at 2,000 per capita, not per capita, income per person has to be over $2,000. I think this is what we're looking forward to. So a lot of work has to go from community involvement, and we are in a disruptive world. So technology is another area which has to come in. Climate change, yes, the planet has to exist. So climate change is going to be a big area where we all have to focus. It's not just the NGO, right from government, all of us have to work for it. So all these questions, whether it's AI or climate action, skilling, community, I think all are equally important. And NGOs will have to work, partner along with corporates, with the government. I think all of us have to work towards for a better India. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. It has been very interesting and very important session. CSR is one thing which is bothering all the NGOs and industry sector both. And if not elaborating much because enough elaboration has been done. But basically, if you think of it, it is that education has failed CSR. We don't have type of manpower that is required in industry and that is required in NGO. Both the sides, we are missing that. And that's why there is a mismatch between the expectation of NGO and expectation of corporate sector. So we should look upon this, and corporate sector should also come forward for this. We need this type of manpower, and you try to build it. Because MSW, that is one course that we are giving of social work, Master of Social Work. That's not enough to take care of all these aspects that we are talking about. So as in industrial management, you have different specialization. You need to have different specialization in social work. So there is a lot of work that is required to be done in the education sector if we really want to make this a successful experiment. Second thing is that social development always is a different thing than the material development, product development, as you may say. Social development is slow, Social development has several phases. Social development has several stages. And in industry sector is also there is nobody to understand this minutely. And as a result of this, often you get a different type of expectation which is not feasible. So feasibility of expectations need to be examined, and there you need a different segment, different institutional base. We don't have any institution to guide us how, if suppose somebody is ready to give me for the climate change some fund, I don't know where I should go and how to devise this work till the output. And time and output relationships, and time and information relationships. All these are very, very precise things which are required to get the results that is being expected. And nobody is talking about it at present, neither universities nor industries and nor NGOs. So we have to look into the deeper aspect of it. Second point that is coming to my mind as a concluding part is that there is a, I think Mr. Mukherjee has mentioned, or he, but that there is a difference between charity and CSR. And a lot of points have been varied out, very nicely put it out. There is a difference between charity and CSR. But what is the difference? You want all the accuracies in output. But we have not moved further from charity. We have not moved further from the individual donations. We are receiving it. I get it from her individually as a donation, or I get it from her company as CSR. It doesn't make me any difference because society has built that infrastructure. We don't have infrastructure of correcting ourselves. We don't have infrastructure for building the projects, deciding the contents. Any industry has ever set for that what real issues are which we would like to resolve. Basically CSR, when it was working, it was being worked out. The idea was that the industry is costing the society in several respects. For our market doesn't take care of those costs because they are long-term costs, they are invisible costs, and so nowhere their consideration is. So CSR was introduced. The company should understand that as they are getting from the resources they are getting from the society, they should give it back to them in another form. That is how CSR was brought out. Now, industry is not, they want proposals from the NGOs. I don't have any problem in inviting proposals for the NGOs. But industry must have strategy. Government must have a statement that this year industry for 5 years, 10 years, 3 years, 1 year, 6 months, whatever they decide. But this is where we want to go and this is where we want. So unless we give enough importance to the CSR amount and its spending, I think we are not going to end anywhere. So with this remarks, but I mean it is not that everything is on industry itself. Corporate sector has to take lead, NGO has to follow, but education and training is a must, and that has to be taken care of. With this remarks, I thank all the three panelists, and I thank CAS for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fabulous session. You'll all agree, a very, very passionate session as well from both sides, corporate as well as the civil society. May take this opportunity to invite Ms. Simran and Ms. Anjali to please come on to the dais, join Group Captain Vijay Kumar along with Mr. Shiv Kumar to give away our memento to the panelists. Mr. Shiv Kumar to Mrs. Shiv Kumar there. Yeah. Ms. Simran, maybe you can give it to Ms. Mandaben. Yeah, Mahesh. Mukherjee. Yeah. I know it's time for lunch, but I think we can still clap better, right? Yeah. So all those audience who are watching us online as well, I know we understand that you need to go for your lunch, so we keep up the lunch time as well. So let's thank the panelists once and for all now for this panel number 2, and we're heading for lunch straight away after this and coming back once again for a wonderful session on future-ready NGOs, governance, compliance, and institutional sustainability. I'm sure the discussion will be an extended form of what we just discussed in panel 2 now today. So let's break for lunch and let's be back at 1:40 sharp so that we can start the discussion at 1:45. Enjoy the lunch, all those who've joined us here in person and all those who've joined us online as well. Thank you so much. Yes, I think we'll start the session. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure some of us are still enjoying our lunch, but that's okay. Keeping the interest of the people who are joined us online, I'm sure they also had their lunch and they've joined us back online. It's not proper for us to keep them waiting. So let's start the session, and I'm sure the people will start trickling in. Our team has already gone down to send them here. So we have a very interesting theme again, as I told you just before we broke for lunch. The theme is about future-ready NGOs, governance, compliance, and institutional sustainability. I'm sure we're going to have more perspectives, taking the clues from what we discussed in the morning as well. To commence the session, may I now invite the dignitaries, the speakers for this session to take their place on the dais. May I now invite Mr. K.N. Gopinath, ED Dhwani Foundation, to please come and occupy the place on the dais. Then Mr. Satish Kumar, practicing chartered accountant, head finance as Gandhigram Trust, and Mr. Santosh Abraham, principal and lead government engagement, Satwa Consulting. Though we are very few people here, still we can clap for them because, yeah, I think, great, that's great. So thank you so much. So thanks for your spirits, sir, all three of you, like warriors who come and taken your spots on the dais. So as we have, you would have noticed that we have one Mr. T.G. Suresh who has to join. But now Mr. Gopinath will actually chair the session. May I request him to make his opening remarks and then take the session forward, please. Yeah, once. May I have the AV of the speakers, please? That video I'll give you.
Mr. K.N. Gopinath, Executive Director, Dhwani Foundation, brings over 32 years of extensive experience in the social sector with expertise in professional development and disability inclusion. At Dhwani, Mr. Gopinath leads strategic growth and develops innovative models to strengthen grassroots NGOs through improved systems, credibility, and accountability. A postgraduate in social work, Mr. Gopinath has held key leadership roles with APE and Motivation India. C. Satish Kumar S., practicing chartered accountant and head finance, Gandhigram Trust brings extensive expertise in development finance, governance, audit, and financial management. During his nearly 17-year tenure with the World Bank, C.A. Satish Kumar handled development projects across Asia and Africa and advised teams in 20 countries. C.A. Satish Kumar now applies his global experience to strengthen finance financial management and development initiatives at Gandhigram Trust. Mr. Santosh Abraham, Principal and Lead Government Engagement, Sattva Consulting, brings over 19 years of experience in the development sector, spanning inclusion, livelihoods, employability, digital literacy, and skill development. Mr. Santosh Abraham leads strategic government engagement and partnerships at Sattva, strengthening its presence across the government ecosystem. Formerly Vice President at NASPOM Foundation, Mr. Santosh Abraham brings extensive expertise in stakeholder management, disability inclusion, and social impact programs.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the kind of profile we have of the speakers. Let's welcome them once again with a big round of applause. Thank you so much, all three of you. And those watching us online, pardon that we've started a few minutes late, but I'm sure we'll catch up on the time that we've lost. May now request Mr. Gopinath to please take the session forward.
Good afternoon and welcome to all of you. I think two challenges we have. One is after lunch, such a fantastic lunch, and how do we keep the audience right still listening? And of course, we are hoping some more people will join us. So we need to keep all of you who are here in the room more enthused about what we are going to talk. Right? So, but it's good to see two other colleagues who are with me here. Both comes with great experience in different fields. So happy to have very technical chartered accountant here, also who knows a lot about social sector, and Santosh again brings in lot wider perspective about the sector, both from the government perspective, from the consulting perspective, working with a lot of donor community as well as working with NGOs. So thanks to KAS and MMA for having all of us here. It's wonderful being part of this group. I think from morning we keep hearing again and again some of these words. So this session is also about governance, compliance, and sustainability of institutions. So I don't think any one of you sitting in this room need more explanation why we need compliance, governance, particularly in the current context, why it's so important. I don't think that needs any explanation. Just probably as a opening remarks, I will just share one or two examples which I have come across. So I was talking to one of our partner. We work in different parts of India with a smaller organizations. Recently, I was interacting to one of our partner in Orissa, in a remote part of Orissa. He runs a very small organization. So I asked him, whole world is talking, there's so much of disruption everywhere and so much of disruption even to NGOs. What do you think? So he told me very interestingly, very nicely, he said. So he said to me, he's running his NGO from last 40 years. And he worked with the tribal community there. He said, what disruption? So he said, I don't think there will be any more disruption than what actually we have seen the disruption. So he said, I'm running this NGO from 40 years and I have seen many disruption already. I have seen donors coming and going. I have seen employees coming and going. I have seen government coming with new laws. So I have seen everything. So what else you think still the disruption can happen to me? Right? So I worked when there was no money. I worked when people left me. I worked many times and even my board members were not there. So I have seen all the hurdles. But I am here 40 years. So organization is still there. So is there a real disruption still that you think I am going to face in my life? Right? So that's the very interesting thing. But recently I heard another thing. One of our partner in Tamil Nadu. Really there is a disruption. They run a very beautiful organization, husband and wife. So they recently had applied for FCRA, first time. So it's very interesting to understand in this context where my friend in Orissa said what disruption can happen. My friend in Tamil Nadu said disruption is there, it's happening in front of us. So they just applied for an FCRA and they received a letter saying that we can't give you FCRA. The reason was interesting. The letter said, about many years ago you worked with women workers working in the government industry. The reason, because you empowered women, and these women really become sort of an advocates, and this advocacy of women workers is against the industries, and you are in a way against the industry. So that's the reason written in a letter. For that reason, we are not going to give you FCRA. So this is another story where the disruption is real and it's happening. Then this organization said, oh, we didn't even know that. We are doing a good work here and we thought we can get an FCRA, but FCRA did not come. So that is where I think the topic, what we are going to have in this session, compliance, governance, is actually now only the way that we need to look at how we can sustain our organizations. So all of you are running NGOs. So if I ask, is it easy or is it difficult to run an NGO? What is the answer? Easy or difficult? No. Sorry? Not difficult. Is it joy? Are you all enjoying running NGOs or are you really feeling frustrated? See, that's a good answer you always get in when you speak to NGOs, right? So no disruption works. So, but friends, all of us know it's not easy to run an NGO today in the world, right? I have been myself running an NGOs from last 35 years. What I saw 25 years ago and what I see today completely changed, right? Many founders tells us, should I focus on the core work on the ground or should I do a paperwork? So I came to this sector by hoping that I have to solve this problem in the community, but I got stuck now doing more of paperwork. So, but there is no way, you have to do the paperwork. That's the reality of it. So that is where the compliance is becoming important. So we can't ignore. Why we can't ignore? One, of course, the sector is growing. Certainly there is more money, there are more players. So naturally, any system should be really tightened when there are more players, when there is more resources. So when more is happening, so compliances will come around us. So that way I don't think, we can't take it's completely bad idea or we can't completely appreciate everything is great idea, right? But we can't ignore the compliance. I think that is what this session is going to look at. What is it? What is changing? And how can we look at from the NGO perspective to understand and actually be compliant. Similarly, governance, we heard morning, many of you heard about governance. So it is true today, governance becomes a mandate for any organization because it is more resources, is more players. How well this is governed is important. So there was an interesting conversation in the morning discussion. What is corporate? I think somebody asked, right? So is it different? To me, if you are running a good governance in an NGO, that's a good corporate, right? Because you are running good governance, you are running good finance, you are overseeing the organization. It's a good corporate. So governance, I don't think any more choice now, and it is actually mandatory. So from that perspective, this session is all about what is actually the compliance that is changing, what governance requirement that is coming up today. So there are two ways, at least in Dhwani we look at it. We say not just go with what government is saying, a mandatory compliance or mandatory governance, but can you be a good NGO, well-governed organization, good governance practices, not only to say that I will just follow compliances, but can you really become beyond compliances? Can you really say that you are self-governed because you have your own good governance practices? So if that is possible, then I think we start enjoying it. So I would now request Santosh to go first. Why Santosh to go first? Some of you would have heard about Sattva. So Sattva does many different type of work. I think they understand much better than many of us about the compliance and governance requirement from the donor perspective. And Santosh also tells me how much he enjoys working with government. So one of his responsibilities is also work closely with the government. He was telling me how joyful that it is. So from both that experience, we will hear Santosh first. Then we will go to Mr. Satish, and Satish brings in very interesting experience. Being a CA himself, I think whole generations are CA. Grandfather was CA, father was CA, he is CA. Right? So that means there's so much that we can actually learn from him. He's not only chartered accountant, but he also part of the sector. So being part of Gandhigram now and worked earlier also in the social sector, I'm sure he has more relevance to look at the compliance from the sector, from the government angle. So Satish, over to you first. Sorry, Santosh.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone, and not going to the cliche of post-lunch session and stuff like that. So, thank you so much for this opportunity. As Sir said, I work with Sattva. Can I have the slides up, please? Okay, while the slides are getting up, I know what Sattva does, so I can start off. So, we are a social impact consulting firm, and arguably one of the largest ones. And we also carry it in so much pride that we are the first Global South consulting firm on impact to go global. So we are now going to countries and telling them what to do in charities and what to do in philanthropy. We advise European clients, we advise clients from Asia. So we are very proud of that. And one of the things that made us this way is our idea that you should lead by knowledge and data and not necessarily anecdotal work, right? So we have about 350 odd clients, right from companies, nonprofits, domestic foundations, 400 plus people. As I said, we have any given point of time 500 plus engagements with the social sector. The good thing about Sattva is we only work in the social sector. We don't do business consulting. We don't do any other consulting except for social enterprises doing good. So everything is in the impact space. Again, we have teams based in Delhi, Gurgaon, Mumbai, Bangalore. HQ is Bangalore, and Singapore and Nairobi are the two other offices that we've really started. So what do? We work across both engines of impact, which is philanthropical and commercial capital. For philanthropic capital, we work with foundations, multilaterals, corporates, intermediaries and non-profits, and our work is around strategy development, research, impact measurement, capability building. And for commercial capital, we work with PE funds, sovereign funds, impact funds, DFIs, and our work is on sustainability, ESG, and climate change, right? So one of the other good thing is that we are one of the few advisors who work across both commercial and philanthropic capital. So we have the edge of seeing both the sides, right? How do we bring it to force? Is this way we do strategy, research, program management, impact measurement, and capability building. And this is what we do for Sattva. Sattva also runs a full-fledged non-profit advisory practice that goes into strategy and enablement, which is how to grow and how to manage growth. These are two big topics that we deal when we come to non-profit. So coming back to the topic of future-ready NGOs, I have a few slides that I've put up. It's not going to be a lot because we have two compliance people. I don't think I'll have too much on compliance. But I'm going to talk about strengthening systems, internal system for long-term growth. So, if you from a very framework approach, we see this as an agency problem because there is a broken feedback loop. So we say in the market, if you're a commercial enterprise, you pay, you get the service. But an NGO, you pay somebody who will deliver the service. So it's a little different on how this happens. So it's more of a principal agent kind of a relationship. And we realized that there are 4 major of those people, the actors, who are donors and funders, obviously the beneficiaries, the regulators and the government, and the board. We brought the board as a principal because while there is a lot, the board comes for oversight, but it's also oversight that it creates from the decision the management is taking. So the entire agency to act is with the NGO and the management staff. And the reporting back is now broken. That is where compliance and governance are going to strengthen. So in this whole example, there are 4 principles, 1 agent, severe information asymmetry between them. Without active monitoring, an agents may go toward their own priorities. So we would have started as an organization working for young people. We've got money from CSR who say work with women. And at some point of time, you'll not recognize yourself as an organization because you've been working with women all the time. But you originally mandated to work with young people. So, that happens when there is no what we call as right governance and mechanism saying, are you doing what you set out to do? So that's one of the important pieces. So again, as we debating on this topic, we are looking at 3 different pillars for institutional growth: governance, compliance, and adaptive leadership. Governance is oversight beyond founder dependence. I'm saying beyond founder dependence again is the morning we've been having people telling us, Mr. Cherian he's an ardent believer that you should move beyond friends and family, right? You should have a robust board that is independent and coming out. So governance becomes very strong. Compliance. So there is a famous statement that compliance should be a built-in, not a bolt-on. So what happens is compliance now becomes a bolt-on. When somebody asks for a report, you scramble to get it, right? So it needs to be built on rather than bolt-on. So that is the other one. See, the third thing is adaptive leadership. So the world is changing. There is so much disruption and there's so much challenges out there. Maybe it's regulation, maybe it's HR, it's people. So there is a lot of changes that is happening. Not even, so earlier, the tech refreshes happened every 5 years. Now it happens every 30 days, right? So the world is moving. There is so much disruption. We are still in the old, we're all lagging behind. So one of that pillar is also looking at adaptive leadership as a paradigm. So we are looking at governance, just not for the governance sake, governance as a growth enabler, right? If you look at governance, the better the governance, the better is more money, right? So there is this report by Dasra that talks about how organizations are getting money. And I'll come to the numbers. The reality is that these organizations have highly functional boards who are influential, are talking about their organization in public, right? These are very deliberate additions to the team, right? So there are now organizations who has an advisory board and then also a board of trustees. The advisory board becomes an add-on to give them visibility and ability to scale. So they think that it's a lot of work, but unfortunately, this is the one that is changing the idea of whether you are a well-funded NGO or you're a funded NGO. So the idea is to make sure that there is enough visibility in who is on your board to be able to influence the CSR ecosystem or the donor ecosystem to be able to fund you, right? So one of the things that we do as a fundraising enablement is looking at social equity mapping. So we call it social equity mapping because we want to see who knows you, who you know, and who you know knows 5 other people, right? So we are trying to see, can you bring on people on the board who are powerful enough that they will have 10 other people who are equally powerful who can support you. So the social equity mapping right now is coming as a very, prime example of how you can use boards to better fundraise. And I was telling Gopi sir, the boards are also now becoming very difficult to find, right? So you've heard that, if with FCRA you have a personal liability, you have to give your Aadhaar card, you have to give everything. Now the boards are saying, great, you're doing good work. Can I come to you? So I don't know how many of you have running organizations have trustee indemnity insurance. Have you heard? Great. So a lot of NGOs don't have. It starts at 4,000 rupees as a premium, right? So the indemnity helps you to bring more people, de-risk your entire process of engagement, right? That's one way of looking at how do you engage more people. I worked in NASCOM for 10 years, IT BPM industry. And our chair and co-chair were always the vice president of chairman of NASCOM. And they were all they're all exposed individuals, which means that they have businesses riding on them. They have, reputation riding on them. They are part of boards that are using public money or CSR money to engage with beneficiaries. When there is a blowback, right, it's a personal loss of face and reputation, right? So there is a lot of hesitancy for people to come on board unless you prove to them that there is a strong governance, to that. So how do you strengthen internal systems? I think I've just put these two things. One is robust financial controls and M&E infrastructure. I think our compliance folks will talk more about this. But two important things is separation of duties and predictive budgeting, right? So the maker checker is a very important piece to have when you run an organization, right? So you cannot be the only person looking at it and signing it off, right? So there is separation of duties and predictive budgeting, because we cut the cloth and say, we will cut the cloth as much we have, but that does not help you to sustain for a long time. So that's the other one. M&E infrastructure, as everybody is saying, evidence that is progressive, not mere numbers on what you've done, progressive on what result came out of it. So a lot of organizations are now looking at that, and it's now imperative of the board to run that particular thing. So again, if you look at what we advise organizations for a path to compliance resilience is audit readiness, right? So this is your basic audit. Then the second is documentation. You have to have internal knowledge management systems and documents and procedures that will help you kind of keep the organization running, even if there is an exit. Board structuring, again, as I said, find a great board, getting the board, get skill divers of people, and again, engage with them very regularly. And the last is digital integration. Again, we have a problem of not being able to see across units, across business units, across finances, right? So we don't have a FinOps team. We have a finance team. We don't have a FinOps team, right? A FinOps team will give you run rate, will give you how much money is there, well the money will run out, are we overspending on something, are we underspending of something? So FinOps now has become a very integral part of running an organization. So you need to have somebody who on a daily basis looking at numbers, saying where it is going, where it is not going. So that is one integral part of this. So this is where I was coming to. What does this cost you? 60% of the organization in India have an absorption problem. I wanted to say, is this validated? So there is a recent report by Dastra that says there are 515,000, which is 5,15,000 NGOs, of which 68% reported shortfall in their funding. 83 of them who reported were micro NGOs, right? 73% of the NGOs have no reserve or corpus. And there's another thing saying 90% of the NGOs identified sustainability as an important aspect, right? So the problem is not new. The problem has been there. The problem is out there. As I said, there is no dearth of money, right? FCR is 23,000 crores. CSR is about 40,000 crores. HNI funding is about 40,000 crores. To all the surprise, India being the most benevolent country, retail giving is about 45,000 crores. So money is there to be had. Again, absorption is one big issue. So again, it's just not compliance from audit perspective. It's also human resources, decision making, financial reporting. So it's like, again, it's more of a differentiation between a person-driven organization and an institution-driven organization, right? So a person-driven, always you're stumbling at deadlines. Oh, this donor needs a report tomorrow. How can I make the UC? No, that's not the thing that you have to do, right? So again, it's also the decision making. There is no what we call as participation or agency for anybody else to make decisions, right? So it's very important for people who are on the field looking at issues to have the agency to make decisions. So I think so there is a lot of movement that needs to happen. A lot of NGOs are already doing it, but I think a majority of them needs to move to this. And the last thing is like your adaptive leadership, right? So leadership is not solving everyday tactical problems. Ki pani nahi hai, bank is not giving you overdraft, right? So it is a technical versus adaptive challenge, right? You know that AI is coming, right? You need our people to be able to use AI for better delivery, right? So a lot of organizations are now, we are doing a lot of work for them, is saying, how do you set up the NGO CTO? Right from systems to looking at how do you use AI in the organization responsibly. If you've seen LinkedIn now, you have seen a lot of the posts by a lot of people. Everything has a spelling mistake, right? That is because nobody's bothered to review what the AI output has been. We have also seen, because we work with a lot of consulting organizations, we have I think our tail is about 200 odd analysts and associates who are young people in the age of AI, and we are delivering huge government projects, client projects, and 95% of them use AI to do the research. So we realized after 2 client deliverables that went bad, that there needs to be somebody who's looking at it. So we've created a matrix of who's the maker, who's the checker, who sends the final deliverable out. So these are things that are adaptive, right? You cannot say, that's a problem, I'll deal with the client. You deal with the client, but how do you make sure the next instance new doesn't happen? So new learning. So diagnose issues, find that capacity to diagnose issues. Observe, I think you're always into the problem. You're always solving for the organization. I think sometimes you need to step out of the organization, take a look at it from a outside-in perspective and see what's going wrong. So it gives you it throws out a different set of problems. And I think it's the intervene is only when there is distress, you regulate it, you intervene, but you also give work back to the community, which is your internal folks to say, how do you also think about, development in this organization? So it is not a single person's prerogative to develop the country, right? So that is where it is. And yeah, so I think for us, building the engine is very important, right? So if you don't build the engine, it is not going to work. And the engine is not about surviving the next audit from PwC or KPMG, where the auditor sends you by the corporate. It's about making sure that you have an internal engine that is capable of handling this, right? Thank you so much, and I'll wait for questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So from the morning, we've heard a number of different voices where NGOs have to be, and then we've also heard practical issues from the NGOs. So maybe do we have the presentation? Yeah. So I've divided this presentation into 3 parts. First, we'll start with governance. Then go to compliance, look at regulatory place. In fact, this is the time to look at regulatory issues, right? Because there are so many changes coming in FCRA. The whole nation is talking about FCRA. And then we just had the Income Tax Act 2025 come last year. So an opportune moment to talk about laws for NGOs, and then a bit of institutional sustainability, mainly from a financial perspective. So first, governance. Why? Being NGOs, being principle-based organizations, charity begin at home. So we start with what we preach. Donors, the whole profile of donors changing now, almost becoming like social investors. We've heard a lot about social stock exchange, the reporting needs and the reporting arrangements when it comes to social stock exchange. And then mitigating risk ourselves. We've heard a lot of unwarranted activities, near corrupt, and in the cyber security world, there's a lot of threat from a financial perspective. So how do we ensure that funds are indeed utilized for the intended purposes? And that's why we need to have a robust governance model. So this starts with legal entity. Now, as you know, there are three major legal arrangements when it comes to NGOs. If it's a company, then most of these parts are already taken care of, because the Companies Act has robust sections, there's a lot of sections when it comes to governance. But when it comes to other entities, particularly the society and trusts, again, from the morning we've heard a lot on board, their responsibility, independent directors. Now, when it comes to companies, there are specific provisions in the Companies Act which warrants independent directors. Now, when it comes to NGOs, do we do it on our own? Again, from a very practical perspective, maybe for large NGOs, it may be very easy to get independent directors. For small NGOs, would it be easy to get independent directors? Would their governance model be different based on the size of NGOs? Again, some thoughts for pondering. A governance manual, particularly because of conflict of interest. Again, within the sector, there's been a lot of discussion. When it comes to the board, do we have the management, the director as part of the board? Should the person be an ex officio member, or maybe completely out of the board, or maybe completely inside the board? Again, changes depends on the trust perspective, the organization's perspective, where they are. But these are things that need to be considered and may be included as part of the governance model based on the organization's principles where they are. When it comes to financial, again, from the morning we've spoken a lot about board, but do we get a lot of time to talk about financial issues in board meetings? Maybe not. A lot of importance given to operational perspectives, but then when it comes to finance, maybe it takes a back seat. So again, depending on the size of the organization, it would be good to have a finance committee or an audit committee which should in-depth discuss issues relating to financial and audit aspects. A finance manual, I'm not drilling down, but then again, it would be good to have a finance manual, have transparency in procurement. When it comes to transparency and procurement, I think in the morning we had an interesting discussion. Should we corporatize NGOs? Now, in Gandhigram, we do run huge income generating activities. And then when it comes to government contracts, sometimes there's a question if we need to pay money. Now, being a principle-based NGO, do you expect an NGO to pay money, to pay contracts? I'm not saying all companies pay money, but then we know what the truth is. So I think it would be better to leave NGOs as NGOs and companies as companies. But then NGOs, in my view, along with all these control, the biggest control an NGO is supposed to have is its own principles, which is required. And then technology for expenditures traceability. In World Bank, for example, we've been using blockchain for tracking expenditures of all NGOs. Even if it's a small expenditure, all the supporting documentation are entered as part of this blockchain system. And then anyone can see, the donor can see, your CSR provider can see, anyone can see, which is at the highest level of transparency. And finally, internal financial transfers, something which always comes up maybe during audit, during donor reviews of NGOs, where more control is to be exercised so that there is clear need and then supporting documentation. And then going on to external reviews, statutory audit, of course, is part of the audit system. Depending, again, on the size of the institution, it will be good to have an internal audit. Today morning, in the morning session, we were informed about accreditation by Credibility Alliance, Rate Your NGOs and other institutions. So that's also something that an NGO can try. Social audit. Again, picking, saying charity begins at home. There are institutions, for example, many MDBs, they have a citizenship engagement where all the supporting documentation are kept in particular day and a place for any citizen beneficiary to come and review and then ask question. So maybe that is also something that eventually would come as part of our review process. And finally, evaluation or even peer review by another NGO. for chartered accountants, for example, we have a peer review system where one chartered accountancy firm reviews another firm. So at some point of time, maybe we can even have a peer review system where we evaluate other NGOs, of course, at nominal cost. Now we move to the second part, which is the compliance part, the regulatory part. Now, there are a number of laws inhibiting NGOs. Again, it differs from state to state. GST is something that NGOs, that's applicable to NGOs, of course, with some exceptions. In addition, there are many state laws, labor laws, such as Employment Provident Fund, ESIC, etc. But in today's session, we'll restrict this to the two major laws that relate to NGO, FCRA, Income Tax Act. Now, as I mentioned earlier, FCRA, you open any prime time news channel, the past 2 weeks, the discussion is on FCRA. I think except NGOs, everyone is discussing FCRA. Now, a brief history. I think it started in 1976 after the emergency. 84, there is a lot of amendments. Registration became more stringent. In 2010, we had this renewal. Earlier there was permanent registration, and then we had this renewal concept for 5 years. There are also provisions for cancellation. And then the 2020 amendments with a permanent account in Delhi, no transfer. And then the controversial 2026 amendment, which has still not become a law. As you know, it's been referred to a JPC. A very quick review of registration, because I presume most of you already know. Legally registered, bank account, 3 years existence, expenditure of 15 lakhs, and very interesting requirement, which I've not seen in any law. So if you don't have expenditure, you can actually give a capital investment to this amount to the government. So here is a case where an organization wants to do something good for beneficiaries, but then it has to give 15 lakhs to the government, maybe as a collateral. And then finally, income tax registration is also mandatory. There's also another way in which you can get FCRA, foreign funds. That's a prior permission category. Again, most of the requirements are the same, except that there are additional requirements. 75% of the office bearers shouldn't be part of the donor or your close relatives. Now we'll go to the 2026 So these are key forms. December 31 for FC4, the annual returns, and then in case the NGO changes its objectives, then we have 45 days to apply for this, and then if there is a change in the name and address, then again 45 days in Form 6A. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now we'll come to the proposed FCRA amendment. So there was a bill and there was rules. So the bill has been referred to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. The rules has already been notified. Presently, in case there is voluntary surrender, then the government can take back assets. It's called vesting back assets. Now, what's been proposed is not only voluntary surrender, in case renewal not granted, which means even if the 5 years renewal not granted, or if there is a cancellation, then the assets can vested back. Now, take a very practical example. Let's say there is a hospital which is receiving FCRA funds, and suddenly one fine morning its cancellation got cancelled. Then the whole of the hospital, its building, its medical equipments, everything can be taken over by government. And then what can the government do with it? The government can, it won't give it to another NGO, so the government can either own it, or it can sell the assets, or it can transfer this to another local entity or a state government or central government. Again, okay. And then another interesting part was about partly funded assets. Let's say there was an asset which was partly financed by FCRA and the remaining funds was financed from community, very poor community. Even those assets can be completely taken over by the government. So this is the designated authority, and then assets can be frozen during investigation, and then office bearers personally liable. Maybe we need the insurance that Santosh mentioned, and then there's a very good thing for NGOs. The maximum imprisonment period has been reduced from 5 years to 1 year. So we can take solace in that. And then utilization. So this is the last one is part of the rules. The utilization is limited to geographical locations and activities. Again, as people who run NGOs, we know how difficult. We are at the end of the day, we are just budgeting, right? When we go to the field, we know that the actual expenditures will always be different from budget. There will be a new beneficiary from the neighboring district coming and asking us for help. Now, can we say, oh, no, this is FCRA funds, we won't help you because as per FCRA, we cannot change the location. We cannot change the activity. But anyway. So I think someone was asking for statistics on FCRA. So when we started many years, maybe in 2014, out of 100%, we have only 27% of NGOs still receiving FCRA. 29% have been expired, and then 43% cancelled. So again, with comparing FCRA and FII. So in March, the government withdrew the taxes for all foreign institutional investors investing in debt instruments because the dollar against dollar rupee was dropping. It was almost coming to 97, 98. So the government wanted to bring in forex. So it removed all the taxes so that we can receive forex. Now, on the same tangent, even under FCRA, we receive forex, right? But I think the government has two different standards. And then earlier I was mentioning about taking over assets. On one side, when it comes to companies, as you know, government is selling assets. There's a lot of disinvestment that's happening. Even last week, LIC's 5% stake was sold through open market transactions in BSE. But then on the other side, we are talking about taking back assets or taking back NGOs. And finally, the prospective versus retrospective. There are some clauses which is retrospective. Yeah, and then so when it comes to FCRA, thinking from an individual who's giving FCRA funds, let's say from a foreign country, would it make any sense from them when they know that eventually there is a risk that the money may go back to the government exchequer? If I were an individual, why would I even send money when I know that there is a risk that money may end up in the coffers of the central government? And then I explained the parity between companies and NGOs. When it comes to FIIs and FDIs, there's a different yardstick versus FCRA. And finally, jobs. Today, Mr. Cherian was mentioning about the sector's contribution and the number of jobs in millions. So what happens to all those jobs? At the end of the day, they come within the country. And then what do we tell the beneficiaries? Let's say we are financing scholarship. Let's say we are giving loan to a poor micro farmer or an entrepreneur. Tomorrow morning, do we just go and tell them, look, our assets have been taken over, we've been cancelled, now you are on your own. If you want to study, else go back. We can't do that, right? And then the security, I think the whole discussion stems from the discussion on security. And again, it's very interesting. We are in Tamil Nadu, and the Tamil Nadu government recently passed a resolution in the assembly stating that all these amendments should not be done. It seems that their perception of security, even though they are in charge of security, is different. So this is on FCRA. We'll quickly go to income tax, because income tax, after 1961, we had a new act in 2025, which is actually applicable from 2026, April 1. Not many changes for NGOs. So we have a new name for NGOs now, RNPO, Registered Non-Profit Organization. Some of the forms and sections have been renumbered. Earlier we had section 2, 11, 12. Now some of them have gone to a different section, 335. And then limited commercial allowance. Now, this is present even in the previous, up to 20% of your total income, commercial activities can be carried on. Foreign expenditures on charities is not allowed. So this is one big change between 61 and 2025. If a charity files its income tax returns after the due date, then it's not entitled to claim exemption. And then the distinction between small and large NGOs. For small NGOs, the registration is valid up to 10 years. For small, it's for 5 years. Again, there are 3 threshold limits, 5 crores income, etc. So no major changes when it comes to NPOs. And then we go to the last part on institutional sustainability. Again, a lot has been told, so I limit only to the financial part. There was an interesting discussion on second line leadership, on continuity. Something that can be considered is also institutional membership in a board. Let's say there is a stakeholder, maybe a donor, or maybe another institutional stakeholder. So just to ensure continuity, this is also something that can be considered, which will ensure that the activities of the trust continues in the same manner as was done before. Corpus fund investments. I think one big issue for NGOs now is the interest rate. The bank interest rate has come down drastically. Earlier it used to be 8-9%. Now even a 3 years fixed deposit gives us only around 6 to 6.5. So something NGOs can consider is invest in bonds and debentures of public sector companies with government guarantee. In Gandhigram, we've been doing this. The yield is almost around 8 to 9.5%. You got good PSUs, Kerala Infrastructure Company, Telangana Industrial Company. So, and these are purchased in the secondary market, not in the primary market. But then the principle is assured. Capitalization projects. So financial sustainability sometimes can be undertaken even by project design, capitalization projects. What do I mean by capitalization projects? The activities of the projects continue even after project closure. For example, we had designed a project where solar panels were used in hospitals, and as a result there was savings of around 5 lakhs. And this amount was transferred to a fund which should be used in the same hospital to partly subsidize poor patients' fees for the next 10 or 15 years, where you capitalize a fund, and this can be as part of the project design itself. Maybe when next time you approach your donor or your CSR project, this is something that can be considered. And finally, diverse financing avenues and timing of financing, right? This is very crucial because when you run an institution, it's essential. Cash flow is very important. We can boost of a number of donors, number of projects, but if there is no adequate cash flow, then payment of expenditure becomes a big issue. So diverse financing avenues, let's say an interest of corpus fund, grants, and then maybe having our own income. In the Income Tax Act, I had mentioned that up to 20% we can have our commercial financing. NGOs can do these cross commercial activities and even generate employment and ensure that there is adequate cash flow. So these are things which I wanted to share on all these 3 funds. Thank you. Thanks to MMA, Captain Vijay Kumar for all.
So 2 interesting things we heard. Mr. Santosh said 60% organizations are struggling to absorb money. Ms. Satish says how difficult it is. So you have a choice. So that's really where we are as a sector in terms of compliance and finance. So quickly, I have a few slides. So I think I got this a special sort of a moderating responsibility. I'm supposed to be a presenter, but I had these both opportunities. So I have few slides. Can I get my slides on the screen? So basically between both of them, what they said, few things that with our experience, we have done 2 things in Dhwani Foundation. So while the slides comes up, Dhwani Foundation's basically the job is to see how do we support NGOs to understand this and adapt this. So either what Mr. Satish said, all these compliances and governance, similarly what Santosh said, the opportunities that exist. The whole work of Dhwani is to see how organizations can really understand this, adapt it, so that they need not to get too much scared of all these changes that's happening. Similarly, they should not lose the opportunities that actually exist from the existing donors and others. So quickly, if you look at it, this is about Dhwani. We are about trying to see how do we bring more vibrancy and credibility to the social sector. And we work with multiple stakeholders, because what we realized is just working with NGOs alone may not going to make much difference. We work with donor committee, work with government, we work with academia, and of course we work a lot with NGOs. Here are some numbers. So annually we support over 300 organizations just to learn these things and practice some of these things. But coming back to today's the topic about this. Of course, both of them spoke. Probably the third and fourth is what I want to focus more. The first and second already you just now heard. I think there are multiple challenges any NGO is facing, not only the compliances, not only the donors' expectation. I think there is also human resource issue. I think Mr. Satish touched it. So one of the biggest challenge also for us to really see, one is actually compliances that are coming in the HR perspective itself. The new wage act again itself implies a lot on social sector. Most NGOs find it very difficult, because the smaller NGOs, our experience, almost 70% NGOs that we work who are very small, grassroots, less than a crore annual budget, actually doesn't have resources to pay minimum wages. So if they really go with the wage act today, every NGO, almost 80% NGOs has to be shut down in India. So that's the reality. So, but the human resource is one bigger challenge, both from the law perspective and also even retaining young people getting into the social sector. So that's another area that the sector actually need to do. If I want to become a sustainable organization, I need to have good people. So one is getting the right people, right talent. Second, be compliant from the HR perspective. Third, retaining such people is another big issue. The last but most important is the expectation of community. That is also drastically increasing today. So the way we worked with communities, the way communities actually was looking at NGOs, and the way community looks at today is also drastically changing. These are also other things. It's not only compliance governance, it's also about human resource. It is also the way we work in the community and how equipped we are in terms of talent, skills, and also your ability to ensure that community actually get the benefit that you actually promised. So these are also two other important challenges. Of course, from morning we heard the realities of the current context. One clear lesson to all the NGO leaders: just doing a good work is not enough now. So which all of us thought, I keep doing good work, everybody will take care about me, is actually not true now. You have to be really ready for better due diligence organization. Otherwise, you don't really pass due diligence, right? Yeah, compliance governance, we all spoke, very, very important. Technology, we spoke, is necessary today, right? Visibility is another increasing demand today. There are many, many incidents. Almost 70% of NGOs that when we start working, they don't even have websites. That's the reality today. And every cohort we start with that. And we know that if you don't have website today, actually donors doesn't look at you actually. You are not there actually. The visibility is mandate now, whether you like it or not. Most NGOs used to say, no, why should I talk about my work? I am doing a good work. Let people recognize. But unfortunately, that doesn't work today. So, of course, morning people spoke about it is outcome-based work. You need to have MIS today. You need to have data, right? So earlier, I could write 3 case studies. My donor was happy. Today, it's not true. My donor wants to know every beneficiary what happened. And do you have an MIS? Can you tell me what happened to each person? So this is the realities. And I don't think now we can just escape from these realities, and we need to see how do we really work on these realities. Yeah, we did some interesting thing in Dhwani. Everybody says what is compliance. Of course, Mr. Satish gave us a good list. This is something we call parameters. We created what we call good NGO parameters. Example, this is compliance parameters. This is what actually is mandate or necessary for all NGOs to just follow. So like Mr. Satish said, there are many new things coming. We are all calling 12A. Now we all need to see something called Section 332, right? That itself takes 6 months for us to practice it, right? Somebody might ask and come and ask an NGO leader, do you have a Section 332 document? We may say no, because we are still not 12A, right? So this 80G is now called as Section 354. So look at, it's becoming more complex. So these are mandatory compliance parameters, and we need to follow this. And actually, if you go really close to NGOs, smaller NGOs, even today 60 to 70% NGOs can be simply cut by the government, because most of us actually don't have it. So that actually calls for, when there is more oversight, we need to really jump in now and see how fast we can really understand, then we adapt. The problem with most rural smaller organizations, there is no support system for NGOs to adapt this. There is no one even to teach this. I think this room is lucky. So we have so many speakers from yesterday, and KA has created this great opportunity. Most places it's not available, and that is where most of us getting into a problem. Similarly, there are good practice of governance. So again, we return something called good governance practices. This is what actually we tell NGOs. How do you adapt? Because everybody says good governance, but what is good governance? What is the role of a board member? So if you look at it, these are certain practices we advise that board members should actually play their role in the organization. The reality in most places, actually board meetings itself doesn't take place. Attendance are very low. That doesn't work. All of us should really now realize that, no, if you are a board member, better be more responsible. We just now heard from Satish, even there is only the jail termination has come down. From 5 years imprisonment, they have made 1 year. Otherwise, there is so much that you are liable now. So if you are a board member, there is a liability on us. And it's important that as a board member, we should know these are our primary responsibilities, and we have to play this role. Otherwise, you have a liability and you are going to be in a problem, right? Yeah, so how does future looks like? Of course, all the scary systems are around, but I think there is also definitely a lot more future available. Lot of good news, definitely. We see there are a lot of human resource actually getting to the sector. At least last 5 years, we have seen new type of courses coming to the social sector. Azim Premji University is one example where they are creating so many different type of courses. Our ISDM in Delhi is creating human resource for the social sector. Lot of human resource coming. There are a lot of volunteers today available for the social sector. So a lot of corporate people wants to give time. And there are courses happening. Example, there's something like Women on Board course, which actually creates board members, right? So there are actually technologies coming in, more consulting from research group like Satwa and others are actually coming in into the country. Fellowship programs are coming in. So a lot of fellowships are happening. Example, there's something like Gandhi Fellowship, SBI Fellowship. Again, they are creating more human resources in the sector. So overall, there is more resources, going to grow more resources. So only thing that we need to look at it, we need not to get worried about it because there are opportunities available. There are more people, there are more volunteers, there is more technology, there is more resources. And if you are talking about 2047, and actually all this is going to grow. And this is what we need to look at as a team. How do we really use these opportunities? And by ensuring that we continue to be compliant and we continue to be well governed. So lastly, what should we do, right? I think these are few things as organization founders that we need to start doing it. Yeah, I strongly recommend to all NGO leaders, please set aside some time towards compliance, governance, and technology, because you can't just say, I'm busy on the field. So that is going to be tough. So sometime we should give it to this. Don't leave it completely to somebody's hand. You need to be part of networks. You need to actually start working together. Collaboration, cooperation is necessary now. If you are not part of networks, actually you miss a lot now. So I would strongly urge all NGO leaders, see where you can actually build networks, where you can be a part of networks. Yeah, we need to invest on our organizations. NGOs is always challenge, where do I have money to invest on my organization? All this is nice, all compliances and all that, but everything requires resources. But there is a necessity for us to invest little resources on organization capacity building. So you need to understand where is the world going, where the sector is going. Please, at least there are a lot of webinars, seminars, so many things are happening today. Please be part of it. Upgrade your own knowledge, know what's happening. So data is important, and learn how to use, because most of us have allergy to data, honestly. Actually, we don't think that's our job, but it's actually necessary for us to do it. So I think primarily some of these roles, if we can play as an NGO leaders, I don't think it's highly impossible to manage this compliance or governance and the challenges. Challenges will be thrown more and more on us. I don't think we need to worry too much about it, but we can't keep quiet. So we need to really focus and see how we can overcome from this. So these are two nice things I thought maybe is what we need to look at it. Yes, it is in an interesting phase, I call. So I don't want to say we are in a trouble place, we are in a very disturbed place. Actually, we are in a very interesting phase. Everybody is examining us. Good, we are all undergoing very robust, thorough test now from all donors, government. Good for us. Let's go through with that complete, thorough examination, pass that, right? So if we can do that, I think there is a possibility. I think we need to make this possible. Yeah, that's what I want to share from you. Now we can take some questions. I don't know how it's running. So we have actually 3 minutes time. Maybe let's start 5 minutes later. Oh, we have 5 minutes time. Let's see what questions our panel have.
So the question is, as donors, corporates and government agencies increasing demand transparency and measurable impact, what system should NGOs put in place to demonstrate both financial accountability and program effectiveness? So I did touch upon that in my slide. So there were 2 things that NGOs need to do. One is to make robust internal systems, which is our accounting. And I said, when I was not joking about FinOps, when if you're running an organization with 50 donors, and you have to report to them individually on spends, and you have one bank account, right? So it's very difficult for you to at that moment kind of look at where it is. So you have dedicated teams within organizations whose job is to make sure that funder management is a discipline and it's done very, what we call as robust. It's very robust, right? So one of the things is to make sure that you have a good practice of understanding where money is going. I know an organization who spent 3 crores excess, thinking that they have money, and unfortunately the money was never going to come because the finance and the programs team did not talk to each other about who was spending what, and they had to suffer that from the corpus, right? So because it was a big organization, they were able to do that. So a lot of organizations, overspend without knowing what they have in their bank. And the other thing is program effectiveness. See, program effectiveness again comes back to monitoring the program. So we call it MEAL, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Very important, right? So one of the primary things of a project is, understanding why you are doing it and when will you call it successful. So what is your end game for that, right? So these are 2 important things that you have to keep in mind, and everything else in between is to help you understand whether you're hitting the goal. So one of the things that we are overtly seeing is that earlier what happened is you used to start a project, do a baseline measurement, then do an endline measurement. Now with AI, what we've started advising clients is, can you do a learning bit in between? Can you do a verification check in between? They said, no. So we work with thousands of beneficiaries. So we said, we demonstrated that over a weekend, I had one agentic AI call 3,000 people and have a response of 800 people verifying that they were part of the project and they were getting benefited. right? Earlier, I used to call Desi crew, have 3 seats, them call people. Now, an agentic AI can give me real-time information over a weekend on how many people are in the program. So, the robustness and the ability to take data and decisions brings program effectiveness. So, we are also international organization for Rockefeller across Indonesia, Philippines. We did a learning exercise. We said they have given grants in climate, they've given cook stores and whatnot, and they want to know whether this is effective. If they had waited 1 more year, they would have spent another $1 million to figure out this was not successful. So we are having learning conversations again, individual and learning and AI based. So now program effectiveness is measured not by baseline end line, is also what you do in between to ensure there is progress. So I think that kind of long answer, but that is what we are kind of advising.
So the question is, what are the gaps both in governance and compliance when it comes to NGOs, and how do you address them? So when it comes to regulatory, are there gaps? Yes, because in one of my slides, you saw that almost 43% of NGOs FCRA cancellation was cancelled. And we expect there would have been some issues, right? Of course, we can't go into each and everything. For income tax also, I'm aware that there have been issues. But this is a very difficult question to answer, because you'll have to look from both the government's perspective and also the NGO's perspective. From the government's perspective, yes, there were gaps. From an NGO's perspective, look at some of the complicated FCRA provisions that I mentioned. For me, a chartered accountant, it took me almost 2 to 3 days to understand this, comprehend this. Now, for a small NGO, do you expect them to have a chartered accountant on their own, or maybe go to a firm and then do all these things without any major source of funding? So our sympathies is towards them, but is there a gap? Yes. Now, how do we address them? Now, maybe at the sector, at the development sector level, for companies, you have CII, ASCOM taking up companies' costs and then trying to convince the government. I know we have Vani for NGOs, so maybe we expect Vani to take the cost of small NGOs, medium NGOs to the government and ensure that the paperwork is reduced. We had Mr. Gopinath saying when he first came to the sector, he wanted to do a lot of things, but then at the end of the day, there was a lot of paperwork and he is now buried within the paperwork. So how do we mitigate them? Maybe at the national level, we expect certainly help from the government, because at the end of the day, NGOs are partners to government, right? The government has a huge developmental outlay of 3 million crores, and NGOs are trying to do their own bit by reducing the government's budget. When it comes to government governance, I think NGOs have to do a lot of soul searching themselves and then try to up the ante so that they are on par with a well-governed institution. Thank you.
Thank you. There is one last question. How do we mitigate the risk from the compliance and governance? So very difficult question. I think very simple few things. I think the first thing is see whether we can really have people who have some experience on the compliance governance on the board or an advisory. That will be very, very helpful. Second thing, I always actually suggest all our partners, do you have a compliance chart in your organization? Very simple, right? So when are the renewals due? In fact, sometimes it's very sad to see this year out of our 320 partners, 47 partners, we are unable to sign an MOU just because they lost that 6 months advance application to renewal of 12A ATG. They didn't know that. It got expired. So small things, but it actually can create a big problems for us. So the simple thing is, can you actually put on compliance calendar, which is visible, right? If you have very difficult to use technology, don't worry, at least put in front of you. You know which is due and when, right? And the board members, at least every second board meeting, twice in a year, can there be compliance review? So can you ask your CEO, please present compliance report? So that actually brings knowledge to all of us. So there is a possibility of mitigation. In the finance, make sure most organizations, particularly smaller organizations, don't close accounts in time. And you know as a CA, that's a big issue, right? Please try to close every month. Have at least an MIS system, finance MIS. So can we say that by 10th of next month, last month accounts is closed? If you are able to actually put little more tight system on finance, every quarter can you say that tally is closed. I will not allow entry after 3 months into tally. So that the discipline of finance automatically gets into organization. So it all small things. Employees, when they take advance or when they take money, can you say that within 3 days, please ensure you submit. No advances are kept beyond 3 days after the program is done. So there are small things. The technology has come now actually, right? So we have a young person joined Dhoni about 5 years ago. She asked me, why are you still having an attendance books? Right? Why should I come and physically sign an attendance book? There are so much is available. Then actually she came and said, look at this simple technology called something called Great HR. Why can't we have it? Right? So that all of us can sign where we are. It has got everything. If I want a leave, why should I write a leave letter? It is available. Very simple technology. So much simple tools are available. So can we use it? Right? I don't think it's a rocket science. So most of it is probably basic common sense. Some of it probably learning some of these tools that is available. More importantly, bringing a discipline in the organization. High discipline organizations generally don't get into problem because they actually mitigate risk. So that's what we want to tell you. So thank you for both the co-panelists. It was great working both of with you. So I hope it was useful session to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gopinath. And the two other panelists, Mr. Satish and Mr. Santosh. Been a fabulous session, particularly the first session after lunch. I think all of you have been so interestingly watching and asking questions. May I request Group Captain Vijay Kumar along with Mr. Merkel to join them on the stage and give away the award. Mr. Uday Singh ji, may I request you also to come on to the dais and present the memento to the speakers. Very nice insights, all three of them, thorough professionals in what they have spoken. Please come, Mr. David, please come, please join. Yeah. All of you can just come for a photo. Yeah, let's give them a big round of applause. Very nice. Thank you, gentlemen. You made the session very interesting, a very difficult session, a very serious topic. But all the examples that you've talked about, they made it very, very interesting. So, may I request my team to put on the slide the names for names of the groups. So, before we break for tea, some discussion points for all the teams. As you are aware, tomorrow we have a breakout session in the afternoon, post-lunch. So, we have divided all of you into 3 groups, and the earlier you know the groups, the better you'll start preparing, we suppose. So, tomorrow for the breakout session, there are 3 groups and 3 themes for discussion. Yeah. So, this is group number 1. As you would expect, Mr. Uday Singh will be the leader for the group 1. And, this is the group 1 is going to discuss about building sustainable NGO leadership. Pretty simple topic. And Mr. Uday Singh has got a very, very strong team there. I'm sure they'll start preparing today and burn some midnight oil to make it very interesting tomorrow. Then we have the next group, please. This is group 2. Group 2 is going to be led by none other than Mr. Gandhi Das. So, Gandhi Das, sir, I think Lokesh will pass on the message to him. Yeah. Is here? Hi, sir. Your shirt actually got got merged with all the people there. Very nice. So, Gandhi Das, sir, you are there. So, you will be leading this team. And the topic is also very, very interesting for you. Managing people, volunteers and team motivation, I think which you have been doing all your life, not an issue for you. And the third one, can we look at the third group, please? So we'll request Mr. Gopinath sir, who's come with so much of experience, decades of experience in this, strengthening trust, governance, and organization resilience. So this is the third group, and as you would see, these are all mixed from all the JSDP partners that have come here. So we have enough time today and tomorrow to come and discuss and make a small little presentation on these topics, I suppose. Right. With these words, I think we can break for lunch now. Tea. Sorry, tea. We can break for tea. I think I need the tea more than anybody else now. So let's break for tea and be back in about 15 minutes. For the second group, the topic is managing people, volunteers and team motivation. गांधीदास सर का टीम है वो है तो पूरा मोटिवेट ही है पूरा, है ना? और क्या, बिल्कुल सही. Please come.
There's a small announcement. We've created a WhatsApp group. I would request everyone present here for the JSDP in Kodaikanal to be added in that group. We will also circulate the screenshots of these particular names on the group along with the photos. So I think that's how we can all indulge in these activities. Thank you.
Good suggestion. I think people are not moving. Tea is ready. Let's move for tea and be back in about 10 minutes. I have Mr. Bala Kumar Tangavel as well, popularly known as Bala. He is the Director CSR, India Head, Employee Volunteering and ESG at Cognizant. So we have reps from the TCS, we have reps from Cognizant, we have reps from Microsoft. I don't think this can get any better to discuss on such an important topic, which is technology, AI, digital ethics in the social sector. May I have the AV of the panelists, please?
Mr. Kishore Kumar Thangavelu leads corporate social responsibility for Microsoft in India and South Asia with extensive expertise in AI skilling, education, sustainability and technology for social impact. Over 15 years, Mr. Kishore Kumar has designed 100 plus programs, including initiatives to skill millions of Indians and educators in AI. Mr. Kishore Kumar has also led the development of 20 plus AI applications and advises corporates and social organizations on CSR strategy, AI skills and innovation. Mr. Balkumar Thangavelu, Bala, Director, CSR and India Head Employee Volunteering ESG, Cognizant, brings over 18 years of cross-functional experience spanning ESG, CSR, employee engagement and business operations. Mr. Bala specializes in designing and executing outcome-driven volunteering and social impact programs aligned with business and sustainability goals. Mr. Bala leadership focuses on strengthening ESG practices, employee participation and meaningful community impact. Mr. Alex Duresami, Regional Head, Tamil Nadu Operations, Tata Consultancy Services, is an accomplished leader with 30 years of experience at TCS and manages its largest delivery center. An NIT Tiruchirappalli graduate, Mr. Alex has held key leadership roles across strategic initiatives, global delivery and major client engagements. Mr. Alex is recognized for driving strategic growth and operational excellence across global markets.
So gentlemen, please join me in applauding this wonderful panel that we have, a highly enlightened panel on technology. And you would be wondering why there are only two on the panel here and what about the third? We have Mr. Bala who's joining us online from Coimbatore. being a technology session, we are also demonstrating that through technology how we can have this panel online and offline combination. May I request Mr. Alex to make his opening remarks and take the session forward.
Thank you, Group Captain Venkat. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon. My distinguished dignitaries, representatives of CAS and MMA, leaders and members of the civil society organizations across India, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be part of this 42nd Joint Staff Development Program between Kishore and myself. Integrated. Before I start, Kishore and myself will cover the following sessions. Before that, Bala will deliver his session. Before I start, I would like to show this slide for a few seconds. I'm not sure how many can read Tamil, but just see for a few seconds. I'll come back to this at a later stage. Okay. They asked me to chair a session on AI. I'm still not entirely sure if I chose the topic or our own internal MMA algorithm, Group Captain Vijay Kumar chose me. Okay. But that's exactly what today is about. AI has already walked into our offices, our field programs, and even our fundraising conversations. So let's talk about it honestly. Okay. Let me start with a question. When we say AI in social sector, does it feel exciting to you or a little intimidating? For most of us, it is honestly a bit of both. So let me show you why I am optimistic. Think about this. Right here in India, an organization called Vadhwani AI has reached over 178 million people. And one of the tools detects tuberculosis using something as simple as sound of a cough. Just a cough, picked up by a frontline health worker's phone. Another Indian innovation, Niramoy, screens for breast cancer using thermal imaging. No radiation and affordable enough to reach women who would otherwise never get tested. It doesn't stop there. Google's flood forecasting, which was first piloted right here in India, now warns vulnerable communities before the water rises. Right? I can quote many more examples. So the promise is real. AI can help reach more people, respond faster, and finally understand where every rupee we spend actually makes a difference. But on this, the part we can't skip. Technology isn't really about efficiency, it is about people, and that changes everything. Now I would request my colleague, Mr. Bala, to explain about his thoughts, share his thoughts on AI, how AI can reshape the social sector, followed by both of us will share the next sessions.
Yeah, hello all. Hope I am audible. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I know it's like Sir said, all tech people are coming from tech companies, and we didn't intend to make it a hybrid session, but it happened to be. And 24 years of being in an IT organization, we in social sector we take like three parameters we use, or three terminologies that we use, like output, outcome, and impact, right? So output is like 24 years of working in Cognizant, and outcome is probably I have earned some money and I've earned some knowledge and all of that. Impact is frozen shoulder. So So I've got a frozen shoulder in the past couple of weeks and unable to travel. Uh, 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 I wish I could be there in person, but I was unable to join the calls with Alex sir and Kishore. I couldn't join the call even. I was suffering from a severe pain, but I didn't want to miss this call, and I just wanted to be there and at least learn from Alex sir and Kishore on their perspective as well. So with that, in social sector, basically, the first question is, can AI do this? Is that the first? Is that the right question? Can AI do this? Is not the right question in the social sector. It rather is, should AI do this? And who decides that? Who decides that, like, if AI should do this? That's where the social sector question begins basically. And on the other hand, while the social sector was grappling around digital divide across the world during COVID, we learned millions of students were uh, uh, were actually missing access to digital devices and access to internet. While we are all talking about that, a invasion has started come. So there is an invasion that has happened. Now every individual who holds a smartphone in their hand, they are an AI user. They are using AI. WhatsApp, when it started, when it came, people who were used to text SMS felt little skeptical about using WhatsApp. Now I don't think there is anybody who is still skeptical about WhatsApp. So WhatsApp has gone into every household, every smartphone, every mobile phone. And now inside WhatsApp, the Meta AI or the Meta chat box has already come into it. People can just ask anything to Meta into WhatsApp itself, and it has come into every mobile phone right now. Beyond that, we are seeing big time ads from Gemini, ChatGPT, making everybody feel. I remember, like, a few years back, GoDaddy used to make huge amount of ads saying that create your website instantly, get your domain to make your business visible. Now to that extent, ChatGPT, Gemini are doing their ads. So the question is, uh, can AI do this or not? Should AI do this in specifically in social sector? That's what I actually wanted to emphasize again. And who actually decides that, and where actually decides that? Great examples that Alex sir showed on how AI is already helping in the healthcare ecosystem and education ecosystem, and how it is actually accelerating the progress. While we have tools, technologies coming every day it's getting obsolete. So gone are those days, like, we take 6 months to 1 year to build a platform, build a project management platform or a project tracking platform or a dashboard with the data that we have. It is all become instantaneous. You use the vibe coding platforms, 20 minutes you can create a platform, and next 10 minutes you can go live and launch it. So creation of technology and bringing a platform and all of that has become super speed right now. So where and when and how we use it, that's where it is going to be very, very crucial. So in specifically social sector, there are so many ambiguities still prevailing. For example, an environmental sector NGO, uh, how much of a silt that they'll have to remove from a lake when they are doing a lake rejuvenation project? What is the amount of silt they are supposed to remove? And who actually measures that? Can AI help in doing that? And how much of the bund strengthening can be done using the silt? And how much of the silt that they take out can be given out to the farmers? And all of these, right, currently in the social sector is very, very dicey. And that is why, while the government and water resources department has established some standards, but it's not in practice. While using an AI, a drone technology right now, I've seen technology companies, startups, they are actually helping the NGO ecosystem exactly measure how much of a silt is there, how much of a silt is removed, how much of a silt can still more be removed, and how much of a silt will be accumulated based on the rain pattern that will come. What is the bund strengthening? What are the type of trees? Everything. And I think for the past few days, there is a Bangalore-based young person, an innovation through AI, where the potholes on the roads are immediately identified, and it also shows who is the contractor who actually uh, you know put that road also. So AI is actually making a huge change, huge acceleration in terms of the progress that we all can make. Again, what, when, where, and how is what we all need to look into it. When the adoption of AI is inevitable, and I keep telling, like, we have to get to a place where we should also become shameless in saying that I used AI. There used to be RFP responses from the corporates and NGOs where we say, like, did you use AI to build these responses? So I think we should, if we are not adopting to the AI, the technologies that we have, I think it's going to be very tough times ahead for us. So I think the time is for us. Invariably, we'll all adopt to AI, but how, where, and when, and how fast is what something that all of us be very careful about. And when AI adoption happens, human in the loop is very important. All the decisions cannot be left out to AI, and AI can do everything. Like all the data that you give, it can do all slicing and dicing of the data and then provide all the inferences. But over and above, human in the loop should be there to see if there was any hallucination that was done, it was any assumptions that was done by the AI engine, chatbot or the AI engine. Uh, 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 because human bias is dangerous, but a technology bias is even more dangerous. An AI engine built by, for example, a male would have had certain thought process by his experiences, certain rules he would have framed into that engine, probably in selection of a scholarships for a set of students. But if the engine is biased towards that particular engine who has developed that engine, who is a male, and if it has a bias towards selection of a girl children in that engine, that's going to cause large damage, because the technology will be scaled at large. So that's where the responsible AI comes in, and we all have to become, how do we make sure the technology is unbiased, and how, when we scale, the human in the loop should always be there for us to scale. And when we're talking about the digital ethics and ethical AI, the purpose we build for, who we are building it for, why we are building that platform, or why are we adopting that AI, the privacy constraint that we have, data that we collect in the social sector is not just data. We are collecting humpty number of inputs from every stakeholder, and everything is very critical, and everything that we feed into an engine is going to be we are coaching, we are mentoring, and we are actually giving the data to somebody else also. So we have to be very careful in terms of privacy. And what is the proof that we have? Do we have consent from every individual where we collect data? So these are like some of very critical components that we need to be very careful about while adopting AI. Again, my point is, we should not be shying away from adoption of AI. We should be actually using AI, and it is democratized. The technology is democratized right now. Innovation is democratized right now. Anybody who can access a ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini, or Copilot can demonstrate their innovation and creativity. Couple of prompts can create magic from their thought process. So when the technology is democratized, when everybody has access to technology right now, and everybody can create, I don't need to be a computer science engineer or a BTech engineer to develop something right now. When everything is made available for everybody, how do we use it responsibly? And in this social sector, while we are dealing with the vulnerable people, economically weaker section, underserved community, how do we even more be careful about handling the data and handling the privacy? I think those are my initial thoughts that I would like to share, and I'll probably pass it back to Alex or Kishore for taking over the next segment.
Thanks, Bala.
Can we have the deck back? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I think the next one. Then, yeah, okay. So before we go there, I know 10-15 minutes of intense AI application from the experts from the industry, and I'm just seeing everyone. So trying to kind of figure it out. Is it already intense, or is it a daily routine, or is it fun? I don't know. I'm just trying to kind of grab audience, how to say, mindset as of now. I know that all of you are invariably using AI. There is no one in this room who is not using AI. It is more about emphasizing that how can we use it more in our work. That's it, nothing more. I think don't get burdened by the session or the intensity of it. I think the focus here is more to let you know, all of us are already convinced that AI can do things. I am an AI company, I represent an AI company, so I am also going to say it is going to do good thing. I am not going to say anything else. It is more of how can you build our own capacity so that we can apply that for what we wanted to do in our day-to-day life. And when you are already using AI for everything and your core work is to do good, and if you will apply AI and do good, then you need to be feeling very much happier about it, and you need to take it up with enthusiasm. I think there is no need for this session to be held to let you know and convince upon you to say it makes you to do well, please do well. It is making you to do well, so please do well. I think that is where I would like to start. So I represent Microsoft, and I breathe, eat AI. That is what is my day all about, because we are an AI company. And if you ask me what do you do in CSR, I say I do AI skilling and AI innovation. 100% of the grant I spend there. So this is what I do. So might be it is cheese and butter for me, but not necessarily I need to take it up that way. Yeah. To take from where both Bala and Alex left. So all of you are already convinced that it is doing good. No problem. All of you are already knowing that while it is doing good, I need to be careful about it, because Bala did emphasize on it. And all of you are already knowing that if you are using it well, it will help you to do well. And I just wanted to add one more layer on top of it. I think every technology that comes is only helping manpower to move to the next generational job role. It is as simple as that. Like might be when I studied 10th standard, or might be when Alex studied 10th standard, might be calculator were not there. And now if you have to write an 10th standard exam, calculator is mandatory. They will allow you. In 12th standard also they will allow you. So does that mean that the technology has come and spoiled us? No. Like we are moving to the next level, and might be the way in which we are doing our math exam is at one step higher. Similarly, when AI comes, you use it, you deliver outcomes out of it. What does that mean? It does not mean that I am using AI and then I am getting replaced, or I am using AI and I am cheating, or I am using AI and like my work has become easier. No. AI is helping all of us to go to that level. Might be you were playing at level A. Now all of us, by using AI effectively, we can play at level C than A, and then now compete at C, which means do more good at C. If you were taking 10 days to build a proposal and then another 5 days to kind of build a plan, if you can do that both in 7 hours, then it's good. Then use the remaining time to go and do that good what you wanted. All of us have started NGO to do good, not to build documents. So please do that and leverage. I think that is the baseline I want us to be having in our mindset as we go to the program. I think that is where I would like to kind of, might be a quick 1 minute. Among all, I know all of you use it. No need to go with this question about what is that we are asking. Did you use it? Are you experimenting? If there is anyone who can quickly say what it means for you and how are you using it. Anyone in the audience. Like if you can quickly stand, if you can share 1 minute on how do you use it. Yeah, please go ahead, ma'am. Yeah, so what do you use? Like maybe just one layer.
LinkedIn, X, Facebook, Instagram.
Okay. So
and we whenever we are having our programs, so we always post contents. We are very, very regular on the social media.
So do you use AI tools while you deliver it, or you still?
Yes. We also post on the social media through videos. We create videos.
Sure.
So
and is it that you are now posting more with AI? Or
not more, but whenever we required.
You use it. So what is that benefit you are trying to infer from it?
Generally, we take some voiceover.
Sure.
From
And
the
then you
AI.
try to kind of merge it.
Yes.
Sure. Thank
Whenever it required.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think to go into this section 1, which is more about how do you use it. I think till now.
Actually, I just want to share that
Sure.
I used to draft things and I used AI just to polish it and add some more information if we can add, make it more impactful and more meaningful. That's it.
Agree.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's at various levels. Like how, I think this deck is prepared by AI between both of us, to be honest. Like we were busy with our schedules. Yesterday 4 p.m. is when I said, Alexa, I am now going to spend next 1 hour for this session. And by 4:45, I prepared my first layer, and then I tried to spend another 1 hour to apply things to it based on my mindset, like what more beyond what did AI tell. And then I gave to Alexa, and then he prepared additional slides based on him leveraging AI. So what I'm trying to say is that is what I also do. Yeah. So base well established, just for repeating, so that my mind knows what we delivered in this 1 hour. Your mind knows what you are taking back from this session. Yes, AI does good. We doing good, we need to take AI for us to do good better. By using AI, we are migrating ourselves to a level altogether, a different level that makes us to not just do good, but do quality work faster. And fourth, AI is nothing different. All of us are already using it. We are just trying to see how we use it more in our work so that we can be more meaningful and beneficial. I think this is just 4 key takeaways as of now in this session over the last 20 minutes. Yeah, done. So coming to this part 1, I think what we are trying to say, or what I have tried to do here is, if you look at your role, I think that is what this segment is all about. In my day-to-day life, what can AI do for me? What is this TCS, Cognizant, Microsoft people telling us? Is there anything that I can take from this session? I think that's the question we are trying to solve. I have broadly classified into 4 layers. You can classify further also. But then this is just, and no worries, this slide I have made in such a way to hand over to you. It has all the information. You can take it up. All the prompts are also there, which you can use for a better outcome. I think that is the intention of it. So what we are trying to land here is, yes, I do my work. I was convinced and brainwashed by this guy who told AI will help me to do well. Okay, if you are brainwashed, then I'm trying to kind of put some structure to it. So I think we have categorized into 4 layers: program, deployment, design, delivery, all one bucket; communication, marketing, all those under one bucket; fundraising, donor management, I think that is one bucket; on all the measurement, analysis, review, I think that is one bucket. I think this is broader ways in which you operate, and I'm trying to kind of say what AI can do for you in those lines. Not going into deeper details of everything, but look at the bottom. AI drafts, humans decide. That's the final thing. It's not that you create a system where everything is done, everything is automated. You are in hallucination, AI is in hallucination, and there is like n number of data going everywhere. I think that should not be the system. This is not an environment or a society where machine works for machine. Machine works for manpower. I think that is the rule of thumb. If that is known, then no fear, nothing. We know how to use, we work on it. I think that is where I would like to get us started. I think what can we do with this? I'm not going deeper. We can do many things. You can kind of convert a proposal into a plan. You can create a content out of your course. You can make create mailers within minutes. Mailers can get converted into scheduled marketing campaigns, multiple n number of things. No need to touch it into deeper, but it does help you. Means it is just to emphasize that yes, it will help you. Please be convinced and try to kind of do that. I think these are further examples of how this is being done. When I say program delivery, how are people doing it? I think there were examples given on how Niramai does it, how others do it. Might be I just add couple more from my side. Anyhow, the content is there, you will go through. I think in program design, in my role, in my projects, I think what I do, I think as part of AI innovation, there is a program which I work on, something called AI for Inclusive Innovation in India. The ultimate goal of this project is to build public goods, similar to how Dhwani works, where the public goods are used by organizations which are working in the sector. So there are public goods for farmers, public goods for healthcare workers, where we build the first level layer. Then you can use it like it's like you have done that first level layer on healthcare for integrating healthcare workers with hospitals, integrating with people who are needing it. I think that base layer is done. Then it is like next, if you are an organization who working on cancer care, you will integrate the data for your program. If you are an organization who is working on leukemia, then you will try to kind of work. I think that is the kind of approach Microsoft does. And by doing that and applying AI, I think the results that are coming are like quite like huge number of data being progressed in minor number of days, minutes, and that is how it goes. I think if you will apply AI in your respective program delivery, whatever it is, if you are an construction program, if you are trying to build houses, affordable houses, then you want to apply AI there, apply it. Like you try to kind of fast track how materials are being procured, apply it to kind of design, do a faster design, apply it to do some quicker design. There are n number of things it can do for you. I think program delivery, no need to go deeper, but definitely helps. Then in communication, I think already ma'am shared how she does, like how you convert your content into design tools into production. I think lot of such applications does exist there. I'm not going into each of them, but I expect and request you to look into that, so that, because in the interest of time also, I'm just kind of rushing you there. So for each area we have given one, if you look at it. I think for fundraising, for communication, for impact measurement, I think we have tried to given some tool names also. It's mostly for you to take into home. Like if you see here, there is Power BI, Kobo Toolbox, SOPACT. Many tools are listed here. Go through it. Don't worry about it now, but make sure that you have access to it and then try to kind of demonstrate. Might be one question again, might be for you all, as we kind of reiterated. Correct? Program deployment and design, impact measurement, fundraising, communication. These were the broader categories that we did, and we try to kind of show some tools which I didn't run through, but I just kept for your reference. But my question is, one, earlier the team said how they use it, but among this, which is important, where do you use it, where have you seen some improvement already? Might be anyone wants to kind of get up and share. Is there anyone? Like among all this area? I don't want you to kind of turn, speak, and then come back. You can directly rise. Like it's fine. Because of the interest of time, I'm just asking any of you to summarize it in one sentences. Yeah, anyone who is interested? You like? Go ahead, please.
We were just discussing, because we three work for the Adenauer Foundation, right?
Yeah.
And we have some regulation that we shouldn't use ChatGPT and fill it with our internal data. So we have a internal version of this chatbot from Microsoft, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we figured out there is not enough data from our foundation inside. So it's not very helpful for many of the tasks. But what we do is translating things easily.
Agree.
And we find our ways to go through it. Yeah.
So one of the, I hope all of you got it. I think they do use Copilot versions, but then because of lack of enough data, they have not got enough results. I think that's the bottleneck that they are trying to do. And the more you feed by being more digitally inclusive, getting all the data which is not there in the systems will help you to kind of get the maximum out of it, and also by making it within the boundary, isn't it? I think that's the kind of one challenge the team tries to share. So I repeat again, I think for us again, coming back to summary, another 10 minutes of Kishore's speech. What did it go inside? Nothing. Main things too. Yes, AI helps us in doing our regular work. Broadly, we have categorized them under 4 categories: program design, impact measurement, communication, fundraising. Examples of tools are available for you to look into, but more than anything, it is for you to go back and think, how am I using it? Am I really using it? Do I have a Cloud subscription? Do I have a Copilot subscription? If I have it, then am I using it? If I am using it, then am I using it for these use cases? If I use it for these use cases, did it produce enough result? If it produce result, is that result of good quality? If that result is of good quality, does it save time? I think it's this flow. If you are clear, then I am clear. This part of the segment is clear. There is nothing else to take back from here. I think because n number of tools are there. I can share 100, there are another 100. You can go and figure out another 100. So it doesn't meet. I think have a clear consensus on where it helps you to work. Be clear that it does help you to work, and then apply it and then come back and say what does it do. I think next is the next part where we wanted to go is more on how to make sure that it works well. I think this is one piece which I would like to spend 2 minutes extra. Might be all those slides can be passed, but this slide I wanted to spend a minute, because this tries to give you how can you use this tool effectively to get the right result that you want. Like you can write any prompt. Like I can also write a point. I have a report. Please make sure that this report is well. Can you kind of do it? It will do something. But then does it do well? I can always be lazy enough and then just draft a document, review this document and send me back updated comments. It can also give back review comments on it. You can use it always in any way you put inside AI tools, outcomes will come. But is that the right outcome? And what is that syntax or a structure that we should be wanting to making sure in our, I think that is where I would like to say. So context, under what context you want to ask that question. Task, what does it do with that question? Like what are you wanting to ask? Then what are the sources it should refer? It should not go all around the world and do something and then give you some wrong answer. So which are all the sources it should refer? In which format you want that data? Then it is correct, because it keeps giving any number of, you are wasting a lot of tokens by not specifying that. You will then, it will give a result, no, I don't want this, I asked you to, like there is a meme, correct? Make me tall, make me short, make me fat, like it goes all across the world. So I think you need to ask the format correctly. So which context to do what task, using which resources, in what output format I want, and also make sure that you give the guardrails. Like when you make sure, please remove private data, don't give this, make sure that this any names are there, don't public, make it public, that you need to do. And also if the task involves an outcome which needs you to review, give a clear guidance. Don't formalize and send it to me, ask me questions. Like you, once you have done it, check with me, is this what I wanted? Once I give yes or no, or if I give input, then you formalize it. I think this is the syntax if you will use, you can maximize a better output from AI tools, and it will also help you. I think this is the only thing I would say, apart from whatever 5 minutes of list of tasks I give. If you take this, it may help you. I think that is where I would do. And then these are some prompt library I have given. You can take it, it's for you. It's wherever there are braces, you need to just put your organization related detail. You can get those prompts. Like if you want to get a donor update, if you want to convert a funding opportunity into something else, if you want to do an communication, I think all these are very important day-to-day use cases. Like all these 8 use cases you do daily. You have a design, you need to prepare a deployment plan. You have a communication you want to do, but you want to do structurally in a different versions. Or you have an action plan meeting done, but you want to immediately summarize and then send different information to different people, to your boss, to your team member, to your donor. I think these prompts will be helpful to you. So with this we close this segment. So this segment was mostly all about believing in yourself, it will work, knowing some areas where it will help, figuring out a correct format. If you do, then it will give you better result, and also getting access to tools and prompt libraries that may be helpful in your day-to-day life. If this is what you have taken, then I am fine. I am giving back to Alexa to begin the next section, which is more of what programs are there from Microsoft. Because now you know what to do, then we want to tell you where to learn to do it well. I think that is what it is. Yeah.
Thank you, Kishore. Thank you, Bala. I think one of the key, if you ask me one line, what is the most important bottleneck that AI will solve, if I would like to say, I think it's a time of people. The most important bottleneck is the time of people. AI will give time back to you. Now, what you do with this time is what, as an NGO, or you can scale it up, right? Having said that, I would like to, the PPT please. See, I would like to share a sample from TCS, what program that happens. One of the things that why I am sharing is the 3 reasons why I am going to share about this use case. Because the topic is about ethics and technology, digital and AI. What is this difference? What is technology? What is AI? Because now today, everything seems to be AI. Everyone, even an advertisement now, AI-led, I saw a big advertisement which said AI-led some painting. So I don't know what does that mean, okay? See, there are 3 major reasons why I have shown it. Number 1, what is technology? What is the difference between technology, digital, and AI? I'll come to that. The most important question will be, me and my wife always debate about this, is technology impacts the authenticity. If you take this use case, this is done for weaving community. We have used technology to solve some of their problems. It's a hand loom weaving, right? We call it as digital loom. If I am introducing technology, is the authenticity of the handloom is gone. So this will be a debate you are going to go through in every scenario as an NGO. Am I introducing a technology? Am I introducing AI? I have a vision. I have something to do. Is it impacting me? Is it impacting my vision? That's a question which we have to go through. I'm not giving a solution and an answer for this, but I just wanted to be aware of the fact that's a very important question when you think about it, when you want to implement AI or anything. Coming back to technology, digital AI, if you look at this, this is what we have implemented is an LED. It's kind of an innovation done by TCS. We have given an LED, which will help the viewer to understand and wherever a digital design comes, he can easily understand which thread to take it away. And there is a handshake between the software. That LED part is what is called technology. Okay, we have actually implemented technology. Now, it is integrated with a software. Now, we have got a software which has picture. Now, AI come into picture because love to see a movie now. Okay, the AI come to the picture. For example, a person who is locally sitting in Varanasi who knows only Hindi, how does he can speak in the Hindi in his own language, or a Bihari, or someone from Tamil Nadu who doesn't want to speak Hindi, who will love to but want a Varanasi sari, like, so he can speak in his own language and says this is what I want. So, and he can actually give a doodle or the sari, this thing, and that gets into the software, right? So this is where the marriage of AI, digital and technology goes into play. So that's why I wanted to say is the difference. What is the difference between technology, digital? Because AI is not required everywhere. AI is required only in certain places. Okay, it can't replace human being. There are the empathy that an NGO need to do, the empathy that a society and the social sector need to do cannot be replaced by AI. But AI can also make a scaling, do to a lot of people. Like we are a billion people in India. How do I reach that? Having said that, there's a last point which I would like to share is what we call it as not the last, but one more thing, it is not what we call not artificial intelligence. It is either assisted intelligence or augmented intelligence. That's what we say. But I have given a lot of examples on how we scaled using AI, right? 178 million, I want to reach 1 billion and everything. This is a very beautiful, I mean, this whole innovation and what we have done for the viewer community innovation is a very wonderful thing. Everyone appreciates, from the top man in India, the Prime Minister, till the secretaries, even the viewer, everyone appreciates this. Having said that, 10 years we have been in this and we are not able to scale. Okay, so what does that mean? Not everything technology and AI need not make you scale. To implement this technology, we need money, and they have already invested hugely. How do I make him change from a normal handloom to a digital handloom, because he has to change something, right? The change management is a huge thing. So that's the message I would like to leave with before I would like to hand over to Kishore on what are the tools available to do this, AI, literacy and other things.
Yeah, it's a role play. You know that every time I will ask Alex to come and inspire you, make you a bit get inspired on, yes, AI can do, and then I come back and say, what is all that you can do among yourself in your organization to help it achieve. I think that is the intentionality of this structure. So every segment will be inaugurated by Alex, where he will kind of inspire you. Then I come back and tell, if you are inspired, then here are the things you need to now do to get it happen for you. I think that's the way in which it is there. So I am back again. This segment, like as this example, that is where I did not emphasize more on what are the programs that Microsoft does. I think I am emphasizing more on what from Microsoft can help you, or what from others in the sector can help you also to get inspired and deliver something of that sort. So this segment I'm trying to kind of follow it up with few programs, because till now it is told that yes, everything is available, you can do it. Yeah, I have the prompt library to do it. I cannot only do all those 10 things which Kishore gave and then tomorrow you cannot, like you need to do more on your own. So where is it is available? I think that is where we want to kind of inspire to say, if you learn, you can achieve this, and if you want to learn, then go for these programs. I think that is what it is all. So we have programs. I think I have listed some from Microsoft and others also. And Microsoft has been a key enabler for non-profits from some time. So this is a program which is started from last 1 month. It is there in across the globe. India can also benefit from it. It is called Elevate for Change Makers. It's a capacity building program for non-profits. Link for the website is available there. Don't worry. I think at the bottom I have given links for all the program. So this program offers you credentials to get yourself knowledge and expertise in AI. It provides you platforms and solutions to practice that, and it also provides you trainings to build your capacity. And further, it follows out with a 3-month fellowship program where you will be provided with resources and also mentors to at least pilot 1 or 2 things that you really need for your organization. So without much ado, please do look for this program and register for it. I think the fellowship is offered in partnership with EY and Microsoft, and the capacity building is done in partnership with TechSoup, and I think the resources and credentials are offered with LinkedIn. So basically you will get a LinkedIn credential which you can boast about, and you can kind of do one program to build your capacity. So if you are not building, even if you are going to put your team members to build, please do it. Don't worry about this cost versus manpower discussion. It is worth doing it. Might be it is expensive now, but in the long run it will become. This is free program. I am not all the programs that I am sharing here are free of cost program. I am only trying to give my 2 cents on this cost of AI versus manpower. Should I invest in it? Will it be useful? I think when computers came in 1998, they were also kind of that. Now everyone uses it. I think it is necessary. Without AI, we cannot move forward in our long-term usefulness, like to be much more productive. So invest on it. But first program is this. Second, we have something called non-profit hub, where we try to kind of offer licenses free of cost to you. Especially there are around 50 licenses which we provide. 10 AI products licenses are also being provided, etc. I think so. That's the second program for you. So where you can get access to software grant. There are discounts. Then you have something called an AI Skill Navigator. This is a program called Non-Profit Hub program, but in this AI Skill Navigator is something, a tool like your own friend. So you go there, log yourself, you ask what you want to do, then it says, will you do this? Can you do that? Can you kind of change this path? No, I am interested in healthcare sector. I don't want to do all this other work. Then these are the things for you. So it's a kind of a skills navigator. It helps you to navigate your journey, and it takes back, and it also offers training. So that's a second program available. Then if you look at it, there is one from NetHope. NetHope is our partner as well, but globally across NetHope, there is a program which is focusing more on your program delivery. This program is focused on you gaining expertise in converting your programs into an effective deployment, where it helps you how to convert my content into this. There are a lot of use cases around your program deployment. I think that is what this program focuses on. Then there is one program on N10. This is not focused on program deployment. It is focused on your organizational governance by itself. Do I have a policy? Can I make governance rules for me? What are the use cases in which I can do? So this N10 program is end-to-end focused on your governance with the templates and everything that is readily available. Then there is this non-profit hub program, one more program. This is focused on your typical use cases, like how to start from your solutioning to an end. You can take any one and then you take it through the flow and then you complete it. Then you will feel happy that, okay, my team did it. I got one of my AI use case done for me. So these are programs I am giving from different purposes, how they are. So first program is Elevate for Changemaker. It has fellowships which you can take along with LinkedIn credential. Second is a program which gives you access to platform, software and other thing. Third is a program that helps you in effective program deployment. That's focus is on this. Fourth is a program which I showed is focused on governance, your own organization. You do well, have all your policies and everything. Fifth is a program which is mostly focused on your end-to-end use case. So they are available in the world. They are there. It is just that my role is to let you know it is there. You go back, access it, if you benefit out of it, and then you at least 10 people come back and say, I did register, my IT guy already has completed, I have started doing it, my manpower time has reduced, this problem of I don't have this manpower with me is now taken care, we do good posters, we do good stories, I'm fine. I think that purpose gets solved. I think that is what I would like to land here. These are some other programs. I did not go deeper into them because they are not end-to-end capacity building program, but they support a bit. Like Datadog program gives you access to a lot of open data sets which you can use in your programming as you run your models. NASCOM program also does give some of the facilities for you under the Tech for Good. Google program has all these grants for innovation, but not necessarily an end-to-end capacity building program. But there is some part of capacity building covered. Good to know them and have access to them. I think it's a like kind of a laundry list which you can use, like how you want to take it up. I think the intention and which I prepared is after the session you get access to it, leverage them. And now comes this final one more activity so that you don't fall asleep. Whenever we say A credentialing, like because this whole segment was all about capacity building, make your learning, etc. So this is like what normally entails. If someone says AI capacity building, it ensures you get learning on foundation. Means what I'm trying to say is don't go and attend a class and then come back and say I got credential unless and until these 6 pieces are there for you. Otherwise you didn't learn it well. That is what I'm trying to say. It's not about getting credential and putting in LinkedIn or my team member has 10 certificates. What I'm trying to tell is, do you know all these 6? I think that is the question which I'm trying to kind of land with all of you. So might be from my side, I just reiterate, understanding core concepts, you should know. Then you say you are AI literate. You are able to kind of link it to social what is outcomes and you are able to drive some examples. Then it means you are applying it. Then you have role-based task. All my member, you know your team member, your comms member, what can they do with it? Your fundraising team, what can they do with it? If you have learned, then that is also meaningful. Then you have done your work. Then readiness and change, like you are able to kind of adapt to everything, like your tools are, you know, okay, this means, okay, my yesterday suddenly donor said by evening give me this, I only know this 5 prompt, my person cannot do this, then it's not serving the purpose. Did you kind of learn well? Are you having that capacity? I think if that makes, then very much necessary. Then responsible AI, people emphasize, Bala emphasize, Alex emphasize, transparency, fairness. I think the next segment is on this. So how effectively you use it, I think that is very necessary. Are you having all the safeguard? And finally, data governance, because very, very important. Because till now, data is between you and the beneficiary. And you sometimes you give to donor, sometimes you don't give to donor. It all depends upon the system. But when you come and have AI systems integrated, then data is going all across the world for all across the purposes. You are risking things. So if you are not putting effort on data, please change that mindset and start thinking about every data which you are going to put, whether this is needed or not needed. Should I put, should I not put? That kind of clarity is needed. Don't just kind of copy paste on Excel sheet, put it into AI, convert this, give back to me. It can give it to you, but you are risking things. So I think if you know that data security related things, and if you are clear about it, then I would say you have learned AI well. Your organization people have learned AI well. You are at safe hands. You will work on it effectively. I think that is what I want to say. I'm not asking question in the interest of time. We know we need to end by another 5-10 minutes, but I'm giving back to Alexa to kind of run his again power packed starting performance for the next segment. Thank you.
PPT, please. See, the core topic is about ethics, right? Tell me what really worries me now. Before that, I showed this initial. This is my first invite that we designed using AI. I know many of you who doesn't know Tamil. This is a Tirukural, which is actually highest evolution of literature because he is written in couplet. It is a 2-line, actually 1.5 line, only 7 words exactly. If anyone needs Tamil, and it's like, you know, it has given everything, Kural 501, everything. If you actually go and find 509 Quran, it is actually hallucinated. This Kural doesn't exist. I really believed, because first invite I did and it was gave me beautiful. I gave a prompt in 5 minutes, beautiful design of invite. Don't have no problem. So I believed AI and I asked. It actually gave me this. There is no such Tirukural exist. Okay, so that's it's beautiful, and you know it's exactly 7 words and everything. And it gave me an explanation in English also, right? So the real Coral 501 is this is also generated by. So today morning what I did is I gave the same invite to. I used Copilot and I used ChatGPT today morning. It said, hey, you have actually given me a wrong Tirukural, and then this is the real one, and it designed and gave me back, right? So this is one thing you need to understand. But what worries me more than this is the data as Kishore said, the data you're feeding an AI system is flawed. It can quietly leave out the very families need the most, and no one even notices. Okay, I didn't notice the first one, invite. It is actually my designer who was about to print it. He knew, right? I was in a hurry at 12 p.m. in the night because tomorrow I had to send it for printing, and that guy caught it. Otherwise, I would actually printed and distributed, right? And if we don't protect the personal information we collect, we put the vulnerable people at the risk. More than all these things, okay, I'll just skip this. The most important thing is we talk about ethics of the AI and everyone, right? Now, NGOs are now using AI-generated images of beneficiaries in their fundraising. I mean, this is an image which gave me by AI yesterday, right? She can be a Lakshmi boy, or she can be a Lakshmi Roy, or she can be anyone who is, I can claim that she is a beneficiary, right? Now, if the AI-generated images of beneficiaries in their fundraising, it's fast, it's cheap, but if we are not honest about it, we risk misleading our donors and losing the trust we spend years of building. So I want to hand over to Captain. I don't know whether we have some more time or okay. If you guys are interested, it will take time because it's the core topic of ethics. I think Kishore, take it over. What are the things that we need to avoid? What are the things we need to do?
Yeah, hope you are vigilant again, because every segment the impact will be landed by him to make you understand why it is important, why you need to look at the remaining slides that Kishore is running you through. Yeah. So he already emphasized what it means. So it's like a flow. We are also taking you in a journey to say that, okay, you know what to learn, where to learn. All of you will go and learn. I'm okay, happy, we will learn. But after learning back, what will you do? And where you will fail. And that is what we want to kind of let you know, be a bit alert about it. Don't create your own Tirukurals and then distribute. Try to kind of make it stick to the Tiruvalluvar who did his job. Let him get his own credit. We shouldn't get our credits because he is there with us. So what we are trying to emphasize is same. I think you have access, you learn, there are complications, there are implications. Be aware, be careful. As I said in the bottom, if the risk is high or the answer is unclear, pause, rethink, redesign. Don't go for it. Because once you have done it, then if you are a 50-year-old NGO who has done 49 years and 364 days good work, because of that one instance, all are done. So you have to again restart it from scratch, because then people will start linking you for the fake things. I think this is not correct. Might be all there 49 years and 364 days were fake. Who knows? I think we are unnecessarily linking it to it. So hence, having AI is good, using AI is best, but when you use it, knowing all this is the need of the hour. I think we start that segment with this information. I think in terms of green, amber, red, I think this is all the information that you normally use. I think green, public information, templates, you have a template, you want to customize it, you have a proposal template, you want to fill it, so donor has given a template, you want to kind of you want to do some research, go ahead. This is all green, your area, play. It's like Nama area Kabila, you play, no issues, correct? Nothing will happen. But I think amber is places where there is mix and match, like your processes, your own organizational guidelines. You can use it, but removing certain things and then try to take the help of Copilot or ChatGPT or Cloud, whatever, and then come back and then rectify a bit to kind of meet it. It's okay, 8 hours can be 4 hours, but doesn't mean that 1 hour where it is all wrong. So you can use AI to get it to 1 hour. Same with me, like yesterday, I created this deck in 45 minutes, but I also took another 2 hours to kind of bring it to this structure. But if I did it on my own, I will take at least 2 days. So still 2 days, it's better. So what I'm trying to convey is, I'll just close it, like no hurry, but still that 4 hours is better than the time that you would have taken. Yeah, go ahead with your question.
I wanted to know that how we get to know that our tool, AI tool which we are using is approved or unapproved.
I think you better go with all this, what is it, corporate organizations who already kind of have their policies. And if you look at it, like if you say, if you are installing Cloud or if you are installing Copilot, it's not just you install that by clicking on accept everything, regulation, rules. It is a worthy 6-7 pages to read, but please read. I think that is what I'm trying to convey. It does have your information on what all it does allow, what all it does not allow, where all it takes, where all it cannot take, where all it is assuming, where its limitations are there, at free at what information it gives, at paid what information it gives. Some tools are at free, just like they give. Then might be if you pay, then only you get the correct thing. I think the onus is on us, and now plethora of tools, to be honest. It's not that I don't have a right tool. I think it is more of, again, use match. This AI you use in that AI to kind of at least get your first level. It's again, use AI as your Copilot only. So at least get its support to come to the level where you know the basic pointers. Then further digging deeper you have to do. That is where you are there. So I think that would be my first answer on any tool per se. Look at it, get it all. Then you have forums where people are discussing on it. Then you have support channels. It is okay to kind of invest that first 1 or 2 days on it before kind of going for it, because if you are convinced on it, then you will go for it. And if you go for it and you follow the structure that we were saying, and if you follow the guardrail, then you will achieve better result. Yeah. So I think this is more around telling what type of data, how to deal with, and how to go into a tool with these questions. Like if you are taking a tool, like a simple use case, what is being given there is, look at it, like should I use this tool? If I use this tool, will it give result? If it gives result, what information should I put it there? If it will ask all the information, include my Aadhaar card, passport number, then only it will give, then don't go for it, isn't it? I think it's more of that kind of rational question. And if I put it into tools, similar to what the gentleman tell, does it include all the information? Does it cover all the data? Will it give me right? If it will not give right, then can you first feed the data to make it comfortable, then go for the task. It is not to blame the tool without having the wherewithal. I think the current problem is that hurry, we have to kind of use it and throw it and then dump it and say, all done. It's like mutual. You also need to do some work. It also will do you good work if you do good work. So it is how about it. So I think look at it, what does it solve, what information should I put into it, who all will it consider, is it having an opportunity for me to control and review? If there are options, like there are some tools which will be like it will give the result, that's it. You cannot have the option where you can intervene to review, etc. If such tools are there, then don't go for the tool. Or if your task is of that such nature, you give the prompts in such a way that you make your manual intervention a part of it to decide. Because if you are creating an, like for example, we have something called Cowork and there is something called Scout. These are tools in Microsoft. Scout is like Kishore's replica. So Scout is my replica. It will do all the things that I'm supposed to do, but it will ask things. Like if I get all the mails, it will kind of review all the mails, it will draft the email response, it will collect information, then it will be at the end of the day ask me, today boss you got these many mails, these all I have kind of rectified, these are all urgent, these are all not urgent, these mails I'm ready to send, once can you see it, these mails are categorized on it, and then if I do it, then it will communicate, it will also communicate with my peers, it will take care of it. Scout is like Kishore's one more version of Kishore, that's it. But then it does need to kind of ask that all. If you think that if I will leave Scout to alone and if it will do all the work on my behalf, then you understand the consequences. I think that is where the knowledge of how to use it. At the end of the day, please again note that it is still your co-pilot, you are the pilot, you are its master, and every technology is to serve us and not we are serving technology. I think that is the thing to keep in mind. If you have it in mind, you will always be comfortable, because I always think, I just want to give one anecdote, might be quickly. Like people say, AI has come, what it will do, what it will not do. That kind of problem is there in everything. Even the small knife which is in your house also has similar problem. You can use knife to cut vegetable, you can use knife to kill people. So I think it's like every item in the world has its both positive, negative, everything is there. Don't make it like it is only in AI you are trying to have this kind of problem. Everything has a problem. Simple, pen can also be used to do many things. So it's like more on your perception on it and how you kind of leverage it. So I think quickly moving into this, so one piece on how to use the tool, how to use the data. Second piece on how to kind of maintain the data. So I think this is like a simple thumb rule we have given. Collect as much as data possible. Don't keep it like just in case. I will keep all the data. Tomorrow my auditor will ask, they will ask. Like there is chances that you will link your drive, then data will go. So I think minimize the data. If you are having data and if you are not classifying them, which is confidential, which is general, which is highly confidential, which is, I think that definitely you need to do, because AI tools act as per the classification. So have a habit of classifying data for sure. So the previous slide, no confusion, previous slide is data. What are the types of data? Which data to put where? And if you are using a tool, how to make sure that I use the tool for the correct use case, or I use the correct tool by knowing the use case. Next segment is, I have data, I use tool, but how to protect the data? Like what all I need to be sure, because after all the process, if you don't do all this, then still you are going to be vulnerable. I think that is where we are trying to say, make sure that you minimize the data that you feed into systems, classify the data in such a way that you do what is needed and you kind of have it in a classification format. Third is make sure that you seek consent always from all right audience. It's not that it's children program, there only I ask content, this program I did not ask content, this is only a video, I did this all. Make sure that everything has consent, because like how sir said, the women, even if she was a replica of an original woman whose consent was taken and AI did it, still it has some control. I think that is where you need to make sure that it is there. De-identify means getting identification is fine, But then before putting into tools, remove all those national identifiers, all those unnecessary things, then have access. Make sure that what AI can access, what you can access, have folders, structures, that is also needed. Privileges, it's not that everywhere, like in my NGO, every data is accessible to everyone. Whatever everyone can play, my AI tool can do all. I think you won't do it, but at the AI, this is much riskier. So you need to take care. It's like a simple thumb rule. Then not hold data. After the purpose is solved, remove all the documentation, don't hold them. Then verify tools, we already checked that. Then last is always make sure that you have yourself prepared. It's like what Alexa did. Don't just publish because it is available. Review, collect, and then send. I think that's it. Second is on how to be digitally inclusive. I think as you work on organization, digital tools, it's not digital first, it is people first, which means all your digital tools need to take care of these four. Like it should also include people who does not have access to devices. It should be accessible enough so that people who are not having that language, not having that thing, they also should be able to kind of benefit from it. It should be multilingual. It should kind of make sure that, so please take care of, because like if the model does not have information on those languages and you are running on it, your results are different. So this is something you basically know it, but we are giving it as one of the things to take care if you are working on digital tools. So make sure people are included who are not connected. Make sure it has languages taken care. Make sure that it is accessible for everyone. Make sure that it is also takes care of people who are elderly and where you will not breach their trust, because people may not know you. People are blindly trusting. People who are using WhatsApp and comments, elders are using more, correct? So how vulnerable they are, and if your tools are like going to break their trust, it is. I think this is like a simple thumb of rule for digital work. If you are going to do digital, please make sure these four are taken care. Previous slide was if you are managing data, please make sure that these 8 things you do with your data. I think then last is if you are using AI with this policy in mind. Okay, I have data, I will protect it well. I have data, I will make sure that I will make all the mitigation challenges. I will be inclusive in nature. If that is all there, then your system shall follow these things. In the sense, you should, any AI system which is built with that knowledge in mind should be following this. This is basically Microsoft's responsible AI principles that we have done. I have given one more example of IBM's AI principle also. I am not running through it, but these both principles, you can use it as a checklist. Yes, I have data, I protect data, I make sure that my data is having all the privacy guideline, I am inclusive in nature. Now if I am building tool, then this is the checklist to take care. Like either use this checklist as a base if you want, whether it is safety, transparent, this is like for you to build. Tomorrow if you are going to do, you either use this checklist or you use this checklist, anything is fine. I think I just want to give some references, and there are at least 50 plus such checklists that are existing in the world for your awareness. Don't think that I am an NGO, I don't know anything, I don't know how can I build a policy, where shall I get it. There are already enough such principles are there, and I have given 2 for you to build your own thing. Links are there for other things also. Please try and make sure that you have such principles. Then you kind of get your team members. Having AI tool in your organization is not important. Having principles on how to use AI tool for your organization is important. Then everyone will adhere to it. If you follow all this in every task which is related to AI, then it means you are responsibly using it and there are no challenges and risks for you. I think that is what I would like to land here. These challenges, I am not running through in the interest of time. This already people have spoken about. If you don't give data, it will hallucinate. If you don't exclude people, it will not give correct data. If you will, copyright, already Alexa said, if you put someone else's information, then you are going to be vulnerable. These are the challenges like bias, automatic bias. These are all going to happen from AI. But if you do all the previous steps and you have responsible AI, this can be taken care. But still if it happens, I have given some mitigation steps there when you get access to the deck. And if that situation happens, that day please refer to the deck. Okay. I think that is what I would like to say. I think this is like mostly from that a checklist I have given for you. Okay, now we have told this, correct? To say that this is how you will follow, this is a challenge you will avoid. Then if that is there, then this is like for every tool, this is like a simple checklist. Like having a framework is for the organization. This is a checklist to kind of test yourself before deploying any new tool. Like kind of see that have I taken care of this checklist? So if this is like a simple Excel sheet you can keep. If there is an IT person, you can ask him to take care of it. Before any new tool comes, he just puts check mark against it all. It's not like 5 out of 8, 4 out of 8, 8 out of 8. Then only there is no pass mark in this checklist. You have to score centum, then only this checklist will work. Otherwise, one small leakage also will result in problem. Yeah, that's it. I think this activity will skip. We'll go to the final last segment, which I will ask Bala sir to lead. I think these are mostly a couple of things on how to do, which we will not touch. We just want to kind of end it like how effectively you would use. I think that is where I would like. So again, closing it with a powerful punchline. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kishore. I'll take just a couple of more minutes to close down all the whatever spoken by Bala, myself, and Kishore. See, AI will give you time back if it is used responsibly. That's the most important takeaway if you really do it. Here's one request from all of us is that don't just go home and build a digital or AI strategy. Build a digital AI ethics strategy. Put the guardrails in place now so that innovation and trust can go together, not at each other's expense, right? What do we actually do about all this? Let's, Bala spoke about it, Kishore spoke about it. I'll keep it very simple. 5 things. Every one of us, whether it is big or small NGO, doesn't matter, we can commit to this. Number 1, be transparent. Tell people when you are using AI and how you are using the data, right? 2, protect privacy. Guard beneficiary data as carefully as you would guard your funds. Keep human in the loop. Never let a machine make a decision about a person's life on its own. 4, design for inclusion. He spoke about the language and everything. Make sure your technology works for everyone, any corner of India, right? Not just a connected few. The 5 is stay accountable. Check your systems regularly for bias and fairness. And let's remember, not everyone is online. The digital divide is real. So as we chase innovation, we have to keep asking ourselves, are we bringing people with us or are leaving them? The most important thing all about is it's about people. But that's what the sector is about, right? Because we look at towards India at 2047, we are convinced the organizations that lead won't be the ones with fanciest technology. They will be the ones that pair technology with trust, AI with accountability, and innovation with inclusion. In the end, none of this will be measured by how much AI we deploy. It will be measured by whether it will help us to build society that's a little more inclusive, a little more fair, and a lot more human. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us the extra time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you all agree with me that such a very, very complicated subject, I think they made it very, very simple. The technology, AI, digital ethics and all that very, very heavy stuff, but they made it so simple, and they planned it so well, synchronized. It looked like almost we were watching a, movie show going sequencing wise. Thank you so much, sir, all 3 of you. Shows all the effort that has gone into preparing this deck that you have shown us. And to honor you all, I request Group Captain Vijay to come over to the dais, along with maybe Ms. Mandaban. Would you like to join them, please? So we have a memento here for Mr. Alex as well as Mr. Kishore, but we have Mr. Bala, who's not been able to join us today. So we have a digital memento with you, for you, sir. Being a technology session, I think we should do at least this much, right? So thank you so much, Mr. Bala, for joining us online, and I'm sure you've been there throughout the session. We are thankful to you. And on your behalf, we actually help a lot of poor students and give them the textbooks and so many other materials through our limited CSR activities that you do. Thank you for people like you for joining us in this session. May I now request Mr. Mandaban and Group Captain Vijay to hand over a memento. So, Mr. Alex is also part of our MMA managing committee. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time and being here specifically for this. So, before I let you all go, we are still 15 minutes before time. So, I'm sure you have a lot of plans, visiting Kodaikanal, boating and all that, but it's raining outside. Take care. And tomorrow morning, we have the session at 10 a.m. So after breakfast, it will be nice if all of us can get together around 9:45 here, so that we can start the session also a little early after a little bit of networking. So, Vijay sir, any other announcement? The weekend, that's all? Yeah, that's been told. Thank you for being with us, a wonderful audience the whole day. Until we meet again tomorrow morning, enjoy your stay at Kodaikanal. Thank you so much.